Chapter 315. When Yan Chuan arrived, the three skeletons suddenly turned their heads to look at Yan Chuan. Their appearance was extremely horrifying. Mouth of Qi. Is this caused by a feng shui master? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan did not barge in, and the three skeletons did not come out. Yan Chuan slowly retreated and quickly checked the surroundings. Not long after, he saw another mouth of Qi. Yan Chuan became more and more dignified. He circled the periphery of the fog area and quickly searched. After searching, he actually found nearly 100 mouth of Qi. What a powerful feng shui master! Yan Chuan said in surprise. In his mind, he unconsciously thought of a person. It was Feng Yinyang, who he met in Liangjing City. Could it be him? Yan Chuan frowned and said. After thinking for a while, Yan Chuan no longer bothered about this matter. Instead, he took a deep breath and took out a compass. It was a silver compass. It was the compass left behind by the poisoner in Liangjing City after his death. Looking at the compass, Yan Chuan used his finger to force out some essence blood. The essence blood dripped into the heavenly pool in the center of the compass. The compass immediately started to spin slowly. The compass lightly pressed on a big rock. Buzz! A compass mark appeared on the big rock. Once again, he used the essence blood to write a strange symbol on the mark. Whoosh! The mark disappeared, as if it had seeped into the rock. Using the same method, Yan Chuan found nearly 100 rocks and did the same thing. While doing it, he walked towards the fog area. Gradually, Yan Chuan disappeared from the forest and stepped into the fog area. And when Yan Chuan disappeared, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of one of the rocks. The black robe was embroidered with wisps of clouds. It was Feng Yinyang, who Yan Chuan met once. Feng Yinyang looked at Yan Chuan's back. After a moment of silence, he turned his hand and gently waved it at the rock in front of him. Buzz! The mark that seeped into the rock suddenly appeared again. He knows feng shui too. What kind of symbol is that? Feng shui comes from the north and south. Feng shui sects have ancestral courts in the north and south. No, this is not the method of the north, nor is it the method of the south. Furthermore, this Yan Chuan is not a feng shui practitioner. For someone who doesn't cultivate feng shui to be able to use it so skillfully, this technique must be extremely mature. Is there a third school of feng shui in the world? Feng Yinyang said in surprise. Watching Yan Chuan disappear into the fog, Feng Yinyang was silent for a long time. Yan Chuan. With the experience of his previous life, Yan Chuan did not hesitate and quickly entered the depths of the fog. Who? After passing through dozens of miles of dense fog, they suddenly stepped into the central fog-free region. The boundless fog suddenly disappeared. His vision suddenly cleared up. 10 mountain peaks surrounded a broken mountain in the center. Broken Mountain seemed to have been cut in half. The mountain had a diameter of 10 miles, and there was a large blue light shield above it. It was as if a hemispherical barrier covered the top of Broken Mountain. Within the barrier, there were 108 large rocks. On each rock, there was a pitch-black door that seemed to be connected to the inside of the mountain. At the center of Broken Mountain, there was a high platform. At this moment, there was a green and transparent person sitting on it. The transparent person sat cross-legged. Strong winds blew around him and gathered around him. No, it was as if this transparent person was formed by countless winds. The transparent person was like an inanimate object. He quietly sat cross-legged on the high platform and looked down at the 108 pitch-black doors. Yan Chuan stepped onto one of the surrounding mountain peaks and also saw the surrounding scenery. At this moment, there were thousands of people gathered on the 10 surrounding mountains. Not only were there humans, but there were also demons. The north and south were facing each other. The south was full of cultivators. Leading them was the noble Guyu Holy Sun. Behind him stood 4,000 cultivators. All of them looked very serious. The north was full of demons. Leading them was the arrogant Yao Tiansheng. Behind Yao Tiansheng stood 8 human-shaped great demons and about 4,000 demon kings. Wolves, snakes, bears, leopards, everything that one could think of was there. All of them had an imposing aura. Neither Guyu Holy Sun nor Yao Tiansheng stepped into the center of Broken Mountain. Perhaps they had already stepped in, but they didn't. Yao Tiansheng faced off against Guyu. The two of them stared at each other coldly. They were ready to fight at any moment. Yan Chuan's sudden appearance immediately eased the tense atmosphere between the two sides. Almost at the same time, everyone's eyes suddenly gathered on Yan Chuan. A look of surprise flashed across Yao Tiansheng's face. Guyu Holy Sun's eyes narrowed. He also looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. Yan Chuan. You are not dead yet. Wei Chei's expression changed. Clearly, news of blood demon Yan Chuan had not arrived yet. Perhaps the people following Yan Chuan had not arrived yet. Looking at Wei Chei, Yan Chuan revealed a cold smile. Alliance Master Wei, you sent the entire sect to hunt me down. How generous. Humph. Brat, you are lucky. To think that you managed to make it here alive. However, your good days are over, Wei Chei said coldly. As Wei Chei spoke, he clenched his fists. It looked like he wanted to attack and kill Yan Chuan. Hey! Brother Yan, why are you only here now? A voice suddenly came from the crowd. A scholarly robed man quickly walked out from the crowd of cultivators. It was Dongfang Zhengpai. Huh? Everyone felt slightly confused. You arrived early. Yan Chuan said with a frown. Of course. I can fly, and you can only walk. I will definitely be faster than you. Dongfang Zhengpai said with a smile. What about that old woman? Yan Chuan asked with a smile. Ah. Dongfang Zhengpai's expression froze. Who are you? Wei Chei said coldly. Dongfang Zhengpai stood beside Yan Chuan and looked at Wei Chei. This one is the great scholar of the Jiulu Academy, Dongfang Zhengpai. Greetings, fellow cultivators. Great scholar. Gasps of surprise came from the crowd. Jiulu Academy. Wei Chei said with a frown. Humph. You say that you are the great scholar of the Jiulu Academy, and you are. Why haven't I heard of you before? Wei Chei shouted. The Jiulu Academy was a huge mountain. If he didn't move it away, Wei Chei wouldn't be able to make a move on Yan Chuan. Wen Ruo, brat, tell him who I am. Dongfang Zhengpai shouted at Mr. Monroe. The moment Dongfang Zhengpai spoke, everyone looked at Mr. Monroe. After all, many people knew that Mr. Monroe was the young master of the Jiulu Academy. Greetings, Mr. Dongfang. Mr. Dongfang is indeed the great scholar of the Jiulu Academy. Mr. Monroe said with a bitter smile. Huh? Wei Chei's expression changed. Did you hear that? If you continue to be impudent, you will be declaring war on the Jiulu Academy. Dongfang Zhengpai shouted. Wei Chei's expression froze. Guyu Holy Sun stared at Dongfang Zhengpai. He smiled faintly and said, Dongfang Zhengpai. What are you doing here? Are you representing the Jiulu Academy to compete with me? The moment Guyu Holy Sun spoke, everyone fell silent. Dongfang Zhengpai's expression changed. He smiled and said, How could I? How could I compete with the Holy Sun? I was just passing by, so I came to take a look. You guys continue. Chapter 316. Dongfang Zhengpai's expression changed. He smiled and said, How could I? How would I dare to compete with the Yu Holy Sun? I was just passing by and decided to take a look. You guys continue. Guyu Holy Sun was satisfied with Dongfang Zhengpai's fawning expression. Then, the ancient moon saint's son looked at Yao Tianshang again. Yao Tianshang looked at Guyu Holy Sun with a smile. Guyu, we monsters have finished another round. Now, it's your turn. Yao Tianshang said calmly. Guyu Holy Sun's expression darkened. What do you mean? Yan Chuan asked Dongfang Zhengpai. You don't know. We came too late. The monsters have already broken in, and more than half of them died. Dongfang Zhengpai said softly. Oh. I heard that something big has happened to this place. It's different from before. There's a treasure inside the seal, and we can only get it by breaking the outer defense. That's why Yao Tianshang and Guyu haven't attacked yet. Do you see the blue barrier on top of Broken Peak? Dongfang Zhengpai said. Yan Chuan looked at the barrier on top of Broken Peak. Yan Chuan was familiar with the barrier. In his previous life, when he opened the Immortal's tomb, he experienced the cruelty of the barrier. Countless people died in that battle before he could find the way. The blue barrier is also known as the Immortal's domain. Once you enter, your cultivation will be sealed. Other than your physical strength, you won't be able to use any magic power. This is also why Guyu and Yao Tianshang didn't dare to enter. Dongfang Zhengpai explained. There are 108 gates at the peak of Broken Mountain. Only one of them leads to the interior of the seal. But up until now, no one has been able to find it. Of these 108 gates, other than the one that's the correct one, the others are all teleportation gates. They teleport you to the sky, where you'll be bombarded by lightning. You don't know this, but the previous batch of demonic beasts risked their lives to charge in. In the end, they were teleported high up in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning rained down. Yan Chuan nodded and secretly exhaled. It was the same as the Immortal's tomb that had been opened in his previous life. Yan Chuan also knew that the defense was still in operation. The 108 doors didn't look like anything on the outside, but the interior was constantly changing. In other words, the only entrance was always different. This was the conclusion reached after sacrificing countless soldiers in his previous life. Yan Chuan naturally wouldn't tell anyone. Actually, the previous batch of demonic beasts wasn't too bad. The main problem was the invisible man on the high platform in the center. Did you see that? That's the invisible man formed by the wind. He controls the Immortal's domain. Once someone barges in, his wind blades will be like a storm, reaping the life of the intruder. He's the Grim Reaper. Dongfang Zhengpai explained. How many batches of demonic beasts have there been? Yan Chuan asked. I'm not sure. But when I arrived, the demonic beasts had barged in. Dongfang Zhengpai shook his head. Looking at Broken Mountain in the center, Yan Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Zhenro didn't appear. Yan Chuan's thoughts turned to the items in the Immortal's tomb. When he opened the Immortal's tomb in his previous life, the treasures inside were earth-shattering. This time, he actually saw the same tomb again. Because of his previous experience, Yan Chuan knew all the traps inside. Yan Chuan alone was able to walk into the deepest part of the forest without breaking a sweat. However, his cultivation in this life was too low. How could he obtain the treasures in front of so many people? Moreover, there was a feng shui master waiting outside. Chapter 3:17. During this time, Guyu Holy Sun swept his gaze over the crowd. Guyu Holy Sun's gaze made many people nervous. After all, if they went down, it was likely that they would be finished. Choose one person from each of the sects that came with me. They must enter. Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. Ah! Everyone exclaimed. Regardless of life or death, I will bestow an earth-grade technique to your sect. Whoever finds the entrance will be given a heaven-grade technique. If anyone dares to refuse, I will wipe out their entire sect. Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Holy Sun. Everyone exclaimed. However, under Guyu's cold gaze, no one dared to resist. Discuss among yourselves. Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. Yes. The cultivators helplessly discussed who should go. Holy Sun, those two over there, although they aren't with us, aren't they? Wei Che whispered to Guyu Holy Sun. As he spoke, Wei Che looked coldly at Yan Chuan and Dongfang Jingpai. If Wei Che wanted Yan Chuan dead, the Zhu Immortal Domain was the best place to do so. Besides, Wei Che knew that Guyu Holy Sun wanted Yan Chuan dead, so he went with the flow. Guyu Holy Sun glanced at Wei Che. Naturally, he knew what he was thinking. He sneered, then turned to Yan Chuan and Dongfang Jingpai. Wei Che wanted to kill Yan Chuan just now. Did you, Dongfang Jingpai, want to protect him? Guyu Holy Sun asked indifferently. A friend asked me to take care of him. Holy Sun, please don't worry. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed apologetically. In that case, I'll treat him as if he's with the Julu Academy. You heard what I said just now. Now, I want him to enter the Zhu Immortal Domain and find the entrance. Guyu said indifferently. Him. Holy Sun, please don't do that. We're just passing by and are here to take a look. We won't be joining you. Dongfang Zhengpai pleaded. But what if I insist? Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. This. Holy Sun, how about you give the Julu Academy some face? Today, I really don't want anything to happen to him. Dongfang Zhengpai pleaded again. In Yan Chuan's eyes, he had already done his best. After all, he didn't have any relationship with the Eastern Orthodox faction. No, are you trying to test my patience? Dongfang Jing sect, I'll say it one more time. This time, someone from your Julu Academy has to go in. If he doesn't want to go in, fine. You can go in. Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. If Yan Chuan didn't go in, he would go in himself. Dongfang Jingpai's expression changed. Dongfang Jingpai's expression changed and became serious. Holy Sun, I've thought about it. You're right. I've protected Yan Chuan once. He should enter the Zhu Immortal Domain and find a way to break the array for the Holy Sun. Everyone was taken aback. When they saw Dongfang Jingpai's serious expression, they thought that he was going to rebel against Guyu Holy Sun. Why did he suddenly agree? Did he have any backbone? Did he have any moral integrity? Only Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. Mr. Monroe knew Dongfang Jingpai too well. He was a complete scumbag. Guyu Holy Sun was also slightly surprised when he heard Dongfang Jingpai's words. Then, a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. Don't force yourself. Guyu Holy Sun mocked. I'm not forcing myself. I'm just saying what's right. Dongfang Zhengpai said righteously. After betraying Yan Chuan in front of everyone, he still had the face to say what's right. Shameless. Scumbag. Cultured scum. Chapter 318. All the cultivators looked at the shameless bastard with disdain. Even the demons looked at Dongfang Zhengpai with disdain. They had seen shameless humans before, but they had never seen such a shameless human before. They had learned something new. Brother Yen, you should know that it's better for you to die alone than the two of us. Don't worry, if anything happens to you, I'll burn incense and light candles for you on Qingming and the 15th. Dongfang Jingpai said to Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan looked at Dongfang Jingpai with interest. Yan Chuan did not blame him. After all, Guyu Holy Sun had targeted him. Dongfang Zhengpai had already done his best. No worries. Yan Chuan smiled. Yan Chuan looked at Guyu Holy Sun. I'll listen to Guyu Holy Sun. I'll enter the Immortal Domain. However, I'd like to ask you, Holy Son, are you really going to do as you say? Do you know how to hide evil? Yan Chuan smiled faintly. Guyu Holy Son glared at him. How dare you? Is the Holy Son someone you can slander? Wei Qin shouted. On the other side, Yao Tianshang looked at Yan Chuan with interest. Yao Tianshang was surprised that Yan Chuan dared to offend Guyu with his essence realm cultivation. It was obvious that he was an ant trying to shake an elephant. However, the more it was like this, the more interesting it was. Hide and tolerate evil. Guyu Holy Son said coldly. Guyu Holy Son said that all the sects have to send one person. What about the Dazhao Holy Son? Also, will the Alliance Master of the Life Moon League be going as well? Yan Chuan smiled at Wei Qin. Bastard, I'm with the Holy Son. Why should I go? Wei Qin shouted. Yan Chuan wanted to drag him down with him. Wei Che immediately looked at Yan Chuan in horror. This brat was still so vicious even at this time. Guyu Holy Son, I'm just an ordinary disciple. I don't count for much. I can represent the Julu Academy. He, Wei Qian, is the leader of the Life League. He can never represent the dazzling Holy Land. Moreover, the Life League is a vassal of the Great Winged Heaven School, not the dazzling Holy Land. Therefore, the Holy Son's decree must be carried out. He, Wei Qian, must also enter the immortal realm. We must. Yan Chuan's voice was sonorous and forceful. Must? It was as if a sharp sword was pressing towards Guyu Holy Son again. Guyu Holy Son's face stiffened. Was this the second time that Yan Chuan was forcing him? Guyu Holy Son hated the feeling of being forced into a corner. He glared coldly at the hateful Yan Chuan. Holy Son. Wei Che turned around anxiously. Mr. Monroe smiled coldly and stepped forward. Holy Son, I think that the Holy Son's decree must be carried out. Since Wei Che is the leader of the Life League, he must enter the immortal realm. Wen Ruo, you despicable person. Are you trying to hit me when I'm down? Wei Che shouted. Enlightened Master Wei Che, you must be joking. I'm just stating the truth. If you don't enter the immortal realm today, what will the other sects think? Do you want to put the Holy Son's dignity in front of them? The Holy Son's words are like heaven's might. Heaven's might is not to be blasphemed. If we let you off today, how many more nets will we open in the future? Who will listen to the Holy Son's words in the future? Mr. Monroe laughed. You, bastard. Wei Che said hatefully. Also, the experts of the Yao clan are watching. You don't want the Holy Son to be seen as a joke by the Yao clan, do you? Mr. Monroe laughed. Guyu Holy Son's eyes narrowed when he heard Mr. Monroe's words. He turned to look at Yao Tianshang. When he saw the interest in Yao Tianshang's eyes, Guyu Holy Son's hesitation dissipated. Wei Che, you go in as well. Guyu Holy Son said in a low voice. The Holy Son. Wei Che exclaimed. Go. Guyu Holy Son glared at him. A powerful aura pressed down on Wei Che. Yes, yes. Wei Che said with an ugly expression. On the other side, Yan Chuan saw that the situation was settled. He smiled at Wei Che and said, Alliance Leader Wei, do you know why I want you to go in as well? Humph. Wei Che harumphed coldly at Yan Chuan. You forced my father to his death and sent the entire sect to hunt me down. I haven't forgotten this grudge. This is the immortal realm. I will kill you in front of everyone and use your death to atone for the sins of the Yan clan. Yan Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yan Chuan stepped into the immortal realm. Chapter 319. You forced my father to his death and sent the entire sect to hunt me down. I have not forgotten this grudge. This is the Zhu immortal domain. I will kill you in front of everyone and use your death to atone for the sins of the Yan clan. Yan Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yan Chuan stepped forward and jumped into the Zhu Immortal domain. When Yan Chuan landed, Guyu Holy Sun's eyes were extremely dark. Although Yan Chuan did not target him, he still felt like he was being led around. Guyu Holy Sun hated this feeling. He stared at Yan Chuan, who was descending from the sky. On the other side, Yao Tianshang's expression changed slightly and he took a deep breath. King Spider. Yao Tianshang said softly. Here. King Spider stepped forward. Investigate this Yan Chuan's background. Yao Tianshang said in a low voice. Investigate him. He's only in the essence realm and he's about to die. What's the point? King Spider was confused. Yao Tianshang took a deep breath and said, I have a feeling that he won't die. Ah. King Spider was shocked. King Spider did not suspect Yao Tianshang because Yao Tianshang was King Spider's master. Master, what kind of information do you want from him? King Spider asked. I have a feeling that he's not someone to be trifled with. Investigate carefully. I want everything. Yao Tianshang said seriously. Everything? King Spider looked at Yan Chuan, who was in the sky, in shock. In the east, there were only a few people that Yao Tianshang valued so much. How could an essence realm cultivator attract so much attention from Yao Tianshang? Yes. King Spider said affirmatively. Boom. Yan Chuan jumped into the Zhu Immortal domain. Suddenly, there seemed to be a strange force sealing Yan Chuan. Boom. Unable to use his essence chi, he fell to the ground and landed heavily, creating a large cloud of dust. Whoosh! On the high platform, the invisible man suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Yan Chuan. Buzz! A blue crescent-shaped blade suddenly appeared out of thin air. The blade seemed to be illusory yet real at the same time. It was surrounded by a gentle breeze. Apparently, it was condensed by the breeze. Swish! The wind blade instantly shot towards Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan twisted his body and narrowly avoided the wind blade. Hoo! The wind blade missed, but it did not disappear. Instead, it flew past Yan Chuan and flew back. Furthermore, the wind blade instantly split into two. Once again, he charged towards Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's expression sank. As he twisted his body, he dodged another wind blade. The Jade Emperor's sword trembled slightly and collided with another wind blade. Boom! Yan Chuan was knocked back a step, but the wind blade was shattered by the sword. Good sword! Mr. Monroe exclaimed. When Ruo knew the sharpness of the wind blade. When a Dharma treasure was not infused with Dharma energy, it could only be destroyed by the wind blade. In the past, many cultivators' Dharma treasures had been shattered by the wind blade. However, Yan Chuan's sword was able to shatter the wind blade based on its material. Wei Qin. Why are you afraid? You are an immortal state cultivator. Why are you afraid of me? Ha ha ha. Yan Chuan laughed. Ha 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 ha. On the other side, the group of demons also laughed. Guyu Holy Sun saw Yao Tianshang's mocking laughter from afar and his expression darkened. Get down. Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. Yes. Yes. Wei Qin said with a dark expression. Get down. Guyu Holy Sun shouted. Yes. The 300 people around him replied. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 300 cultivators flew towards the Zhu Immortal realm. As the crowd left, Guyu Holy Sun looked coldly at Yan Chuan. Purple attendant. Guyu Holy Sun said to a purple attendant behind him. Chapter 320. Present. I hate this Yan Chuan. If he dies later, so be it. If he really breaks the formation, kill him. I don't want to see him. Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Yes. The purple-clad attendant replied. Boom. Nearly 300 cultivators fell into the formation. Whoosh. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the Zhu Immortal domain. The invisible man stood high above as more and more wind blades appeared around him. 100, 1,000, 10,000. 10,000 wind blades rained down on the cultivators like a storm. Rumble. The wind blades rushed toward the 300 cultivators like a river. Dang! 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 The cultivators quickly raised their swords to block the wind blades. The wind blades immediately shattered, but the invisible man restored them in the blink of an eye. The storm rained down like 10,000 arrows, cutting the cultivators into a sorry state. Without magic power or a barrier of energy, the cultivators relied on their sword techniques and saber techniques. Arg! A wind blade instantly severed a cultivator's arm. His sword fell to the ground, and he became a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Save me! That cultivator abandoned his arm and ran toward the edge of the formation. However, it was too late. Nearly 100 wind blades rained down on him. PSSST. PSSST. Arg! The cultivator felt like he was being sliced into pieces. Blood spurted out from the pain, and he was reduced to a pile of blood in the blink of an eye. A cultivator died in the blink of an eye. Quick! Go into the gates. Quick! Someone shouted. Rumble. After blocking a large number of wind blades, everyone rushed towards different doors. Wei Chan's sword techniques were excellent. He quickly blocked the wind blades around him and rushed toward a gate. Boom! The wind blades scattered, and Yan Chuan suddenly appeared in front of Wei Chan. Wei Chan's expression froze. Move aside! Wei Chan shouted. Move aside? You know that I want to kill you, and you still want me to move aside? Yan Chuan said with a smile as he blocked the wind blades around him. If you don't move aside, there will be more wind blades. At that time, you will die. Wei Chan said anxiously. Indeed, in just a short while, the number of wind blades increased, and Wei Qin was beginning to feel like he was about to reach his limit. Alliance Master Wei, do you feel anything? Yan Chuan asked with a smile. What? Merit, the merit that you enjoy. Yan Chuan laughed. Wei Qin's expression changed. Is it because of you? Is it because of you? Wei Qin cried out in shock. 6,000 practitioners chased after me, do you know why they didn't kill me? Yan Chuan said with a smile. Why? Wei Qin's face darkened, as if he had guessed something. You are right. The Life Alliance has suffered a great loss this time. I have killed all 6,000 practitioners. That's why you feel your merit decreasing. Yan Chuan sneered. No, no, impossible. Wei Qin cried out in shock. Nothing is impossible. Not only that, your life league will be destroyed soon. Do you believe me? Yan Chuan said with a smile. Rumble. As Yan Chuan spoke, yellow light suddenly scattered around Wei Qin's body. A large amount of yellow aura suddenly scattered from his body. How can this be? How can it be like this? My merit, my merit. Wei Qin cried out in alarm as he blocked the wind blades. Because your Life Alliance has been eliminated from the world. After my men returned, they launched an all-out counterattack against your Life Alliance. At this moment, they have already uprooted the Life Alliance, leaving no survivors. Yan Chuan shouted as he blocked the wind blades. Chapter 321. No, no, that's impossible. Wei Qin cried out in shock. Nothing is impossible. Yesterday's cause, today's effect. Everyone in the Life League is dead. Now, it's your turn. Yan Chuan shouted. As he spoke, he swung his sword at Wei Qin. Clang! 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 In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Wei Qin. The Jade Emperor's sword clashed with Wei Qin's sword. Clang! 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 As the swords clashed, Wei Chan's sword was knocked back again and again. Impossible! You are only in the essence realm. How can you be so powerful? It's impossible for him to be stronger than me. Wei Qin exclaimed. Boom! A wind blade scattered Wei Qin's hair, cutting him into a sorry state. My strength is not enough, but my swordsmanship is stronger than yours. Yan Chuan laughed. Clang! Clang! Yan Chuan's sword moved faster and faster, forcing Wei Qin toward the high platform where the invisible man was. Vibrating sword. Your sword can vibrate. Wei Qin finally realized that Yan Chuan's sword was different. Alright, it's your turn to die. Yan Chuan sneered. Xing! He swung the Jade Emperor's sword. Boom! Wei Qin's sword was cut in half by the Jade Emperor's sword. Chi! The Jade Emperor's sword did not slow down and instantly cut through Wei Qin's throat. You! Wei Qin clutched his throat in horror. He was a God Realm Master, how could his swordsmanship be inferior to that of an Essence Realm Master? How could this be? Impossible! The scene of Yan Chuan cutting Wei Chu's throat also shocked everyone in the surroundings. Spider King said in surprise, Master, you are right. This person is really extraordinary. Essence Realm. Even if they don't have any cultivation, it's impossible for them to kill a deity. Good sword technique. Yao Tianshang's eyes narrowed. Master rarely praises people. King Spider said in surprise. But he's worthy of praise. It's been a long time since I've seen such a pure sword technique. Yao Tianshang praised. On the other hand, Bu Holy Sun's face darkened. Cutting Wei Chu's throat with a single slash was like Yan Chuan slapping himself in the face. Although he did not like Wei Qin had come with him. How could he be killed by Yan Chuan in front of everyone? Where did he place himself? Humph. Bu Holy Sun's face turned cold. No, I beg you, let me go. Wei Qin screamed as he clutched his throat. The threat of death instantly filled his heart. Let you go. Why won't you let me go? Don't worry, your death won't be in vain. Yan Chuan glared at him. Boom. Taking a step forward, he used the Jade Emperor's sword to block Wei Qin and shot toward the invisible man. Rumble. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of wind blades shot towards Yan Chuan and Wei Chu. With Wei Chu as a shield, Yan Chuan's speed increased, and a large number of wind blades slammed into Wei Chu's back. Boom! 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 Wei Qin's back was instantly sliced into 1,000 pieces, and his flesh was badly mangled. In an instant, there was no sound. Yan Chuan stepped forward and charged at the invisible person with Wei Qin's corpse. Boom! While the transparent person was panicking, Wei Qin's blood instantly dyed the transparent person. Ah! The transparent man let out a cry of pain. He used Wei Qin's empty shell to block the invisible man's counterattack. Yan Chuan suddenly slashed out with the Jade Emperor sword in his hand. Break! Boom! Wei Qin and the invisible man were instantly cut in half. Ah! The transparent man screamed. With a loud bang, it exploded, and a fierce wind blew in all directions. The surrounding wind blades were immediately scattered by the strong wind. The invisible person was insta-killed. Boom! The transparent man was instantly killed, and the outer barrier also exploded. The Zhu Immortal domain exploded. Someone exclaimed. Broken? The invisible man was killed just like that. Isn't it unkillable? It's not that it's unkillable, it's just that we didn't know how to kill it in the past. It turns out that we have to stain its body with fresh blood to kill it. Yan Chuan killed the invisible man. Countless cultivators looked at the scene in shock. At the same time, they were eager to make a move. Once the Zhu Immortal domain was broken, what came next would be easy. The ancient seal was about to be opened. Get ready. Yao Tianshang's face turned serious. Yes. The group of monsters replied. Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan broke it. Guyu Holy Sun still couldn't believe it. Holy Sun. Be careful of Yao Tianshang. The purple-robed man beside him shouted. Get ready, get ready. Guyu Holy Sun quickly shouted. Mr. Monroe, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and stared at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan recognized the feng shui formation last time. Could it be that Yan Chuan also recognized the ancient seal this time? Otherwise, how could he have broken it so easily? Mr. Monroe stared at Yan Chuan. The moment he saw Yan Chuan kill the invisible man, he shot toward a door. Chapter 322. Rumble. The moment the Zhu Immortal domain exploded, Broken Mountain started to shake violently. All the experts in the surroundings waited with rapt attention. Whoosh! As Broken Mountain shook, an extremely powerful aura was emitted. What the fuck? What is that thing sealed? Why is it so terrifying? Dongfang Zhengpai exclaimed. The human cultivators were slightly better off. Although they were suppressed by the powerful aura, they were more excited. The seal was broken, and the treasure inside was about to come out. On the other side, the experts of the demon race were all shocked. Master, this is the aura. This is the aura. It's too terrifying. Is it targeted against us demons? Master, many of my subordinates can't take it anymore. They can't move at all. Only a few of us Emptiness Realm demons are doing better. The group of great demons had ugly expressions. The treasure was indeed powerful, but this was not right. Why was it suppressing the demon race even more? Only Yao Tianshang was clenching his fists. His eyes were shining with excitement. Rumble. Many people on Broken Mountain retreated. The original 108 doors seemed to have disappeared. It was as if the entrance had disappeared. After one layer of restriction was broken, another layer opened. More than half of Broken Mountain collapsed, sinking more than 1,000 feet. After 1,000 feet, golden light shone in all directions. On the peak of Broken Mountain, there was 1,000 feet long golden blade. On the blade, there were two dazzling words, Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer? Spider King exclaimed. Demon Slayer? Is this an immortal artifact targeted against us demons? Another great demon exclaimed. Immortal artifact, it is indeed an immortal artifact. And it's no ordinary immortal artifact. I can feel it. It's so powerful. Yao Tianshang said excitedly. Rumble. Large amounts of rocks floated in the air, as if they were lifted by the aura of the 1,000 feet long golden blade. Holy Sun, the thing in the seal is indeed powerful. The aura of the Demon Slayer is too strong. I feel that only the three Tao Lord's personal treasures can compare to it. A man in purple said respectfully. The Tao Lord's personal treasures. Guyu Holy Sun's eyes lit up. Boom. Without hesitation, Guyu Holy Sun soared into the sky. Rumble. After Guyu Holy Sun, the group of experts took action and protected Guyu as they charged towards Demon Slayer. Humph. Yao Tianshang snorted coldly as he took a step forward. The group of great demons followed suit and charged towards Demon Slayer. Before he even arrived, Yao Tianshang's face had already turned ferocious. He clenched his fists and punched in Guyu's direction. Boom! Suddenly, a golden fist that was 100 feet large appeared in the sky. Following Yao Tianshang's hand gesture, the fist smashed toward the other side. Before the 100-meter-long golden fist arrived, a strong gust of wind was already blowing toward them. Ah! Some of the weaker cultivators were immediately sent flying. They spat out blood and their eyes were filled with shock. Yes. Guyu Holy Sun's expression changed. He stretched out his hand and struck out with his palm. A golden palm that was 1,000 feet in size appeared in the void. Hong! The palm and fist collided, producing a dull and loud sound. Boom! 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 The 10 mountain peaks in the outer area exploded under the aftermath of the explosion. The surrounding weak cultivators all spat out mouthfuls of blood, their eyes filled with shock. The power of an emptiness realm expert was so strong that just the aftermath of the attack was enough to make everyone spit out blood. He was too powerful. Chapter 323. We have to get the Demon Slayer at all costs. Yao Tianshang said as his eyes glowed. The Demon Slayer is mine. No one can take it away from me. Guyu Holy Sun also said as his eyes glowed. Both of them refused to back down. Their subordinates and experts all attacked. Rumble. The powerful impact created a storm in the surroundings. Oh my God! Are they still humans? Dongfang Zheng sect quickly escaped. Dongfang Zheng sect was not the only one. Many of the weaker cultivators also escaped from the scene and ran towards the outside of the fog. Take my ass. The aftermath of the battle between the Emptiness Realm experts was going to kill them and they still wanted to take it. All of them spat out blood and rushed out of the fog, escaping further and further away. At the same time, the fog in the center of the area was also rolling under the powerful impact. A mountain was hard to pronounce. The earth was shaking slowly. The black-robed Feng Shui master, Feng Yin-yang, was looking coldly at the cultivators who were escaping. Are they coming out? Feng Yin-yang said indifferently. As he spoke, Feng Yin-yang formed a strange hand seal with his fingers and chanted a spell that no one could understand. As Feng Yin-yang chanted, the yin qi in the surroundings became stronger and stronger. The skeletons in the mountains slowly stood up. After killing the invisible man, Yan Chuan instantly shot towards a large door. Yan Chuan knew that this was the door that led to the inside of the tomb. Moreover, this door would soon close. Phew! After stepping into the door, Yan Chuan entered a pitch-black tunnel. Soon, he passed through the tunnel and Yan Chuan appeared in a vast hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a huge blade. The top of the blade was touching the ceiling of the hall and below it was a huge altar. The golden blade emitted a destructive aura. That's right. It is exactly the same as the tomb of the immortals in my previous life. However, in my previous life, the immortal sword pierced the tomb of the immortals, but this immortal tomb is pierced by a golden blade. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. He looked around and saw that there were many squares on the ground. Strange symbols were written on each square. It filled the entire hall. 9 palaces maze formation. Was it the same as in his previous life? Immortal tomb. Why was the layout exactly the same? Mortal tombs were all different, but these 2 tombs were shockingly similar. Could there be a connection? Yan Chuan's frown deepened. Although he didn't understand, Yan Chuan still walked back and forth along the grid. Yan Chuan walked around the hall and around the designated squares. After walking for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he stopped at one of the squares. Who? Suddenly, a large hole appeared in the ground. Without hesitation, Yan Chuan jumped in. Dong! Soon, Yan Chuan landed on the ground. However, the hole from which he had jumped down had disappeared. The new place was like a new cave. However, the ground was emitting light. It was like a circular plate that was 100 feet in size. The circular plate was transparent, like a crystal plate, but it was emitting a strange light. Inside the huge transparent disc, there seemed to be circles of small white dragons swimming around. What is this? The tomb in my previous life didn't have this. Yan Chuan looked at the transparent disc under his feet in surprise. Although he didn't recognize it, Yan Chuan could feel that it was extraordinary. Unfortunately, this thing was too big and Yan Chuan couldn't move it. Soon, Yan Chuan no longer paid attention to the transparent disc. Instead, he looked at the center of the cave. In the center, there was a huge bronze coffin. The bronze coffin was 10 feet long. It was as tall as a 10-story building. Chapter 324. The coffin's appearance was simple, and there were not many fancy runes. There were only 4 words on the coffin lid. Sky-burying coffin. Sky-burying coffin again. Yan Chuan revealed a strange smile. In my previous life, the heaven-burying coffin was excavated from the tomb of the Immortals. In the end, it became the coffin of my previous life. I wonder how my body is now lying in the heaven-burying coffin. Yan Chuan sighed slightly. Yan Chuan quickly walked forward and touched the coffin with his hand. No, although it's the same sky-burying coffin, the spirituality of this coffin seems to be slightly weaker than the one in my previous life. Yan Chuan felt for a moment and said. Slightly weaker. So be it. The treasures in the Immortal's tomb in my previous life were in the coffin. Today's coffin should not disappoint me. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Rumble. Yan Chuan pushed the coffin lid. The coffin lid was very loose. With some force, Yan Chuan was able to slowly push it open. The coffin lid was pushed open. Suddenly, an ancient wild aura hit him in the face. Yan Chuan's heart tightened, and he stared at it. Inside the coffin, there was a white tiger that was 10 feet in size lying on the ground. The white tiger was lying on its side. It was already silent, but even if it was dead, its corpse could still emit a wild aura. It made one's heart palpitate. It's similar to my previous life. In my previous life, there was an immortal lying in the coffin, but here is a demon immortal. Once this coffin is opened, in less than 3 days, the white tiger will disappear with the wind. Yan Chuan thought for a moment. Bang! Yan Chuan jumped into the coffin and searched everywhere. After searching for a while. That's impossible. Why isn't there anything? Yan Chuan frowned. He kept searching, but there was no treasure that Yan Chuan wanted. In my previous life, there was an immortal's secret treasure in the coffin. Why is there nothing here? Don't demons need to be buried with them? Yan Chuan's expression was extremely ugly. Yan Chuan did not believe that he would return empty-handed. He carefully searched again. But after a round of searching, he still found nothing. Yan Chuan looked at the huge white tiger with an ugly expression. Gulyalu. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded. Yan Chuan's pupils shrank as he looked at White Tiger. White Tiger's stomach was moving. His stomach was moving again. Yan Chuan's face suddenly changed. Could it be that the White Tiger was still alive? He carefully examined the White Tiger and confirmed that it was really dead. But why was her stomach? Yan Chuan looked at the wriggling stomach again in surprise. It was as if there was something in his stomach that was slowly moving from his abdomen to his chest. Gradually, it moved to the throat. Yan Chuan held the Jade Emperor sword with a guarded expression. Gradually, the White Tiger's mouth trembled slightly. It was as if something was about to come out of its mouth. Yan Chuan lightly flicked the Jade Emperor's sword. The tiger's mouth opened, and a bloody thing rolled out from within. 2 fist-sized balls and a trembling kitten covered in blood. A cat. The kitten seemed to have just been born. Its entire body was trembling. On its head, it was strangely wearing a small round felt hat. A kitten wearing a small felt hat. Meow. The kitten cried out pitifully. Yan Chuan's face was extremely strange. He thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that a kitten would crawl out of the white tiger's corpse. Trying to walk closer, Yan Chuan grabbed the kitten and placed it in his palm. The kitten seemed to be extremely weak. Suddenly, it felt someone grab it. It opened its big blinking eyes and looked at Yan Chuan in confusion. Meow. The kitten cried out in confusion. The kitten was confused. Yan Chuan was even more confused. What was going on? The kitten seemed to like Yan Chuan very much. Its bloody body rubbed against Yan Chuan's palm and then suddenly bit on Yan Chuan's finger. Yan Chuan's face darkened. He was about to break free from the kitten. Clan contract. This is a monster clan contract. Yan Chuan was surprised. That was because as the little cat bit down, a golden light flashed at the tip of its finger. In the air, a 10-foot round wheel suddenly appeared. Within the round wheel, there was the image of a huge tiger. It was a white tiger. The tiger looked exactly the same as the white tiger's corpse in the coffin. Next, a human figure suddenly appeared next to the white tiger. It was Yan Chuan's human figure. The round wheel spun for a while. After spinning, it suddenly entered the kitten's body. At the same time, the kitten greedily sucked the blood from Yan Chuan's finger. It drank about a teacup's worth of blood before it was satisfied and stopped. Meow. The kitten cried out weakly and fell asleep. Clan contract. Who are you? Yan Chuan looked at the sleeping kitten in surprise. Chapter 325. Meow. The kitten meowed weakly and fell asleep. Clan contract. Who exactly are you? Yan Chuan looked at the sleeping kitten in surprise. Meow. The sleeping kitten meowed as if it was talking in its sleep. Even though it had fallen asleep, the kitten was still trembling as if it was afraid of something or had a nightmare. A clan contract for monsters. Only monsters with extremely high bloodlines have the right to have a clan contract. Once the clan contract is signed, I will have the power of this kitten's bloodline. Then, as long as the kitten's bloodline is lower than its, it will not be able to make things difficult for me. I can even summon this kitten through some secret method. Yan Chuan looked at the trembling kitten in his palm. Unfortunately, I don't know how to summon it. Why did you choose me? Could it be that you want me to bring you out? Yan Chuan frowned as he looked at the kitten. Don't worry. Even without this clan contract, I will bring you out. Although I didn't sign any clan contract in my previous life, my national beast was the tiger. You are related to the tiger clan. Naturally, I will not ignore you. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Bang! Yan Chuan jumped out of the sky-burying coffin. After thinking for a while, he pushed the coffin lid back. Rumble! The coffin lid returned to normal. Yan Chuan squinted his eyes as he looked at the sky-burying coffin. Although this sky-burying coffin is not as good as mine, it is still a rare treasure. Unfortunately, I can't take it away. Yan Chuan sighed. Even if he brought the spatial scroll, it wouldn't be able to contain this treasure. Walking to the edge of the cave, he held the kitten with one hand and took out the Jade Emperor sword with the other. The Jade Emperor sword slashed. Boom! Not a single mark was left on the wall. Yan Chuan was pushed back by the force. The surroundings are still filled with poison. It's not time to go out yet. Yan Chuan frowned. Outside. Boom! With a loud bang, 9 huge tornadoes appeared around Yuanduan Mountain, sweeping up endless mountain rocks and rushing into the sky. On both sides of the broken mountain was a huge light screen. On the other side of the screen was Guyu Holy Sun and a large number of experts. On the other side was Yao Tiansheng and the other demons. Both sides were pushing against the light screen, and the two enormous forces were suppressing each other. Rumble! Guyu Holy Sun's expression was extremely ugly. The light screen was slowly pressing towards him. On the other side, Yao Tianshang's face was hideous as he sneered, "Ha ha ha, Dazhao Holy Ground, Holy Sun. I, Yao Tianshang, have overestimated you." Yao Tianshang. Guyu Holy Sun said with an ugly expression. Yao Tianshang ignored Guyu Holy Sun and reached out to grab Demon Slayer. When his palm touched Demon Slayer, it emitted a dazzling golden light. CI. Demon Slayer strongly resisted Yao Tianshang. It even burned Yao Tianshang's palm. Blood splattered everywhere. "My lord!" King Spider exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, it's fine. Good treasure. Suppress them for me. Once I take out Demon Slayer, you want to kill me? Be my slave soldier." Yao Tianshang glared at them. "Roar!" Yao Tianshang roared. Golden light shot out from his hand, and a huge force was released. Rumble. Demon Slayer was slowly pulled out. When Demon Slayer was pulled out, the surrounding mountains shook. Rise! Yao Tianshang's body turned red as Demon Slayer was slowly pulled out. The ground shook, and the mountains shook, radiating out in all directions. 5 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. Chapter 326. The entire Demon Wind Mountain range shook violently. Be it humans or demons, everyone in the Demon Wind Mountain range felt an extremely destructive aura. The mountains in the surroundings shook violently, causing countless cultivators to feel an indescribable fear. Both the Yao and the human race fled the Demon Wind Mountain range. The earthquake in the entire Demon Wind Mountain range had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Dark clouds covered the sky. When Shao Qin drew his golden saber, the weather changed. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was as though they were celebrating the birth of Demon Slayer. "That's mine! That's mine!" Guyu Holy Sun shouted angrily. But the two sides were almost equal in strength, and they couldn't interfere at all. Xing! Yao Tianshang finally pulled out Demon Slayer. Boom! 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 Amidst the dark clouds, tens of thousands of lightning bolts rained down. It was as if the heavenly river was collapsing. Rolling thunder and lightning blasted towards Yao Tianshang. Yao Tianshang's body trembled, and a wild and savage aura erupted, blasting away the 10,000 lightning bolts that were coming from all directions. 10,000 lightning bolts broke free, shooting in all directions, blasting apart countless mountains and rivers. Yao Tianshang grabbed the Demon Slayer, and his eyes flashed with surprise. What a powerful Demon Slayer! Even I can't handle it. "Master, we can't hold on any longer," cried Spider King. Yao Tianshang turned to look at both sides and said, "Let's go." "Understood." The group of monsters answered. Boom! Yao Tianshang grabbed Monster Slayer and soared into the sky. The group of great demons and demon kings all followed suit. "Stop! Leave Demon Slayer behind!" shouted Guyu Holy Sun. As he spoke, he was about to soar into the sky. "Holy Sun, no!" A man in purple shouted. "What are you doing?" Guyu Holy Sun glared at him. The purple-clothed man immediately said, "Holy Sun, that's just a stain. There's still a huge treasure below. If we chase after Yao Tianshang, we might not be able to snatch the Demon Slayer, but..." Guyu Holy Sun immediately sobered up after hearing the purple-clothed man's words. "Holy Sun, look!" The man in purple pointed at the sky with an ugly expression. At this moment, the ancient moon Saint Sun finally calmed down. Dark clouds? This isn't a celestial phenomenon caused by Demon Slayer's appearance, nor is it caused by something sealed inside. Instead, there's an expert lying in wait. Guyu Holy Sun's expression changed. Yes. Just now, Yao Tianshang managed to break free from the lightning. The strong cultivator hiding in the dark also let Yao Tianshang go. That strong cultivator is inside the seal. There's something he wants inside the seal, said the man in purple clothes. Oh no. Guyu Holy Sun's expression changed. Guard the surroundings. Guyu Holy Sun shouted. Yes. His subordinates replied. Rumble. There were more and more dark clouds, and the sky was getting darker and darker. It was pitch black, as if it was late at night. Caw 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 caw. White bones suddenly crawled out of the ground. Skeletons crawled out of the ground, and a large number of corpses seemed to have come to life. Suddenly, green lights appeared in the air all around, as if ghosts were dancing in the air. It was eerie and terrifying. Holy Sun, this is a feng shui master, a powerful feng shui master. He can reverse yin and yang, reverse yin and yang. Mr. Wenruo exclaimed. Reverse yin and yang. Guyu Holy Sun's expression darkened. Holy Sun, hurry up and get the treasure. The feng shui master can reverse yin and yang, and many ghosts have been summoned. There must be a large number of ghosts breaking into the seal now. Hurry, hurry, hurry. If you don't hurry, the treasure inside the seal will be stolen by the feng shui master. Mr. Monroe shouted. Chapter 327. When Mr. Monroe yelled, Guyu Holy Sun realized the severity of the situation. His face darkened. He reached out his hand and struck downwards. Boom! A huge force hit the ground, causing countless skeletons to rise from the ground. A hole appeared in the ground, but they still couldn't see what was inside the seal. Bastard, bastard! Guyu Holy Sun kept attacking the seal like a madman, emptying the ground again and again. In the deepest part of the cave. Yan Chuan's cave. The moment Yao Tianshang pulled out Demon Slayer, the cave shook violently. Boom! The Jade Emperor's sword hit the cave wall again, creating a huge hole in the wall. Phew! We can finally get out. Yan Chuan revealed a slight smile. Caw 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 caw. Suddenly, skeletal claws appeared on the walls of the cave. The skeletal claws appeared from the walls of the cave as if they were trying to squeeze in. Reverse yin and yang. Is that feng yin yang? Feng yin yang, so this is where you were waiting. Yan Chuan said in surprise. Yan Chuan took off a small jade talisman from his neck. He looked at the jade talisman and smiled bitterly. This time, it's all thanks to ZZ's Earth Escape talisman. Yan Chuan exclaimed. He clenched his fist. Buzz! The Earth Escape talisman emitted a yellow light that covered Yan Chuan and Xiao Mao. Yan Chuan grabbed the broken Earth Escape talisman with one hand and carried Xiao Mao. He grabbed the Jade Emperor's sword with the other hand and slammed into the cave wall. Buzz! There was no sound of collision. Yan Chuan seemed to have entered the cave. It was as if he had entered the bottom of the water, and there was a cover around him that didn't allow water or soil to enter. With the yellow light covering him, Yan Chuan advanced smoothly in the soil. Roar! Suddenly, one of the corpses in the ground seemed to come alive, and pounced towards Yan Chuan. Screech! He swung the Jade Emperor's sword and chopped off the corpse's head. Yan Chuan continued forward. As they continued forward, one ghost after another pounced on them. There were skeletons, zombies, and even a ghost. They all rushed towards Yan Chuan one after another. Yan Chuan kept swinging the Jade Emperor sword in his hand as he tried to escape. There were too many of them, and they were coming from all directions. What Yan Chuan saw was only the tip of the iceberg. In the outside world, what Guyu Holy Sun was facing was far more terrifying. The Holy Sun, Guyu Holy Sun, was still facing off against the powerful Ghost Kings. A dark skeletal dragon was also circling around the immortal tomb. Dark clouds covered the sky as lightning flashed wildly. On the peak of a mountain, Feng Yinyang stood quietly. Heaven-burying coffin. There must be a heaven-burying coffin here. Feng Yinyang's voice was hoarse. Million ghost devils, listen to my command. Search, search, search. Woo 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 woo. More and more ghosts and skeletons appeared. Aside from the group of Emptiness Realm experts, the others were in a sorry state. A large number of cultivators were eaten by the ghosts. Break for me. Boom. Guyu Holy Sun's final attack sent a large number of ghosts flying. Immediately, the cave at the bottom of the cave was exposed. In the cave, there was a huge coffin. Below it was a huge crystal-like round wheel. However, a large number of ghosts were roaming around it. Finally, Guyu Holy Sun's eyes flashed with excitement. Heaven-burying coffin. Feng Yinyang's voice was filled with joy from afar. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and at the edge of the dark clouds, screech. Screech. Two long screeches of Blue Luan could be heard. Blue Luan pulled a huge chariot and flew towards the center. Chapter 328. The powerful Mohina de Jin beneath the dark clouds. Yao Tianshang held a huge saber in his hand and flew into the sky with a group of demons. Demonic beasts with weak cultivations were carried by the greater demonic beasts. They flew out of the black cloud domain. After leaving the dark clouds, the demons turned around and saw countless ghosts flying around. Another strong person is coming. King Spider exclaimed. He flew towards Yao Tianshang. Master, the seal has just been opened. Why are you leaving so early? King Spider asked in confusion. Another strong person is coming. Yao Tianshang said in a low voice. The Feng Shui master who summoned the ghosts. No, he will appear soon. I don't have the ability to compete with him now, but one day, I will surpass him. Yao Tianshang said coldly. Yes. Moreover, I have enough power with this demon slayer. Even with my current strength, I can still suppress it. Yao Tianshang laughed. Demon slayer? My lord, this is clearly targeting us demons. It will cause more harm to us demons. Why does Master care so much about this saber? King Spider asked in confusion. Have you forgotten my great wish? Yao Tianshang said in a low voice. Ah. Since I, Yao Tianshang, am a demon, I will also become the ruler of all demons. I will build a vast demon country and let all the demons in the world worship me. This demon slayer saber will be the foundation of all demons. Yao Tianshang shouted. Yes. The group of demons replied respectfully. Yan Chuan was underground. Screech. Boom. The Jade Emperor sword slashed at the incoming ghosts again and again. As he fled outside, more and more ghosts appeared. Gently, he placed the sleeping kittens in his clothes. Yan Chuan tried his best to break out of the encirclement. He did not go to the surface. Instead, he ran underground, getting further and further away from the original tomb. Buzz. Suddenly, a ghost in a black robe blocked in front of Yan Chuan. Another zombie. Yan Chuan's face darkened. He slashed with the Jade Emperor sword again. Boom. The zombie retreated slightly. However, he was not killed. Instead, he once again charged towards Yan Chuan. Copper corpse. His face darkened. Not wanting to tangle with the copper corpse, Yan Chuan quickly ran towards the outside world. However, the copper corpse seemed to have locked onto Yan Chuan and quickly chased after Yan Chuan. The copper corpse was a high-level ghost. Wherever the copper corpse passed, the number of low-level ghosts decreased. He chased after them, and soon, they were far away. Humph. Yan Chuan snorted coldly and turned around to face the unforgiving copper corpse. With a slight lift of his left sleeve, the poisonous vine seed on his wrist was revealed. The seed was growing bigger and bigger. Swish! A bunch of vines quickly emerged and instantly wrapped around one of the copper corpse's arms. Swish! Swish! A large number of vines emerged and constantly wrapped around the bronze corpse's body, arms, legs, head, and waist. In the blink of an eye, the bronze corpse was wrapped up like a seed. The vines were still very weak at the moment, but there were too many of them. The copper corpse could not break free for a while. The copper corpse kept twisting its body, trying to break free. However, it could not break free. "Keep tormenting, you," Yan Chuan said disdainfully. Roar! Vaguely, Yan Chuan heard the sound of Qing Yuan. Yan Chuan, who was about to continue escaping, suddenly stopped. Qing Yuan. Zhenrou. Without hesitation, Yan Chuan quickly floated to the surface. Half of his body emerged from a valley and looked into the distance. Chapter 329. In the distance, at the center of the tomb. The world was pitch black, and countless ghosts danced about. Bone dragons circled about, roaring as their vast auras spread out in all directions. Guyu Holy Sun and his subordinates struggled to fend off more and more ghosts. Bastard, bastard. 10 bone dragons surrounded Guyu Holy Sun. Each of them breathed out a dark blue aura that formed a giant dome, trapping Guyu Holy Sun in the center. The ghostly aura couldn't harm Guyu Holy Sun, but Guyu Holy Sun was still trapped. Guyu Holy Sun's expression was ugly, and so were the others. In the middle of the ghosts, a giant Qingyuan pulled a carriage. The carriage was also surrounded by a large number of bone dragons. However, the 10 men on the carriage swung their fists and sent the bone dragons flying. The ghosts couldn't get close. The Qingyuan carriage floated in the air. A woman in white slowly stepped out of the carriage and stood in the air, looking down at the tomb. 100 skeletons slowly flew out of the tomb, carrying a giant sky-burying coffin. Bastard, that's mine! Guyu Holy Sun roared. However, there were too many ghosts. Guyu Holy Sun's subordinates could only protect themselves. As far as the eye could see, there was no end to the number of ghosts. There was no telling when this would end. The bone dragons circled and the ghosts swarmed. The sky-burying coffin was quickly carried to a mountain peak not far from where Yan Chuan was. At this moment, Yan Chuan realized that there was a man in a black robe standing at the peak of the mountain. His black robe was embroidered with faint clouds. It really is Feng Yin-yang. Is the feng shui formation so powerful? Yan Chuan's eyes flashed. But soon, he looked at the woman in white on the Qingyuan carriage. Yan Chuan frowned deeply. At this moment, Yan Chuan couldn't leave at all. Yan Chuan would be fine if he was underground, but once he was above ground, he would have to face millions of ghost demons. Millions of ghost demons were like the heavens themselves. There was no way for Yan Chuan to return. Bastard, bastard. In the distance, Guyu Holy Sun smashed a bone dragon with his fist. However, there were 3 more bone dragons surrounding him. Guyu Holy Sun could not free himself. His expression was extremely ugly. On the mountain peak, Feng Yin-yang let out a faint laugh. I've finally found the heaven-burying coffin. Feng Yin-yang sighed. The heaven-burying coffin was slowly brought over. The surroundings were pitch black, and yin and yang were inverted. This was Feng Yin-yang's world, and Feng Yin-yang was the ruler here. Just as Feng Yin-yang was looking at the approaching heaven-burying coffin with satisfaction. Hong! The dark clouds in the sky suddenly let out a deafening sound. Ka 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 ka. The thick dark clouds in the sky suddenly cracked, and rays of golden light shot out from the cracks. Hong! Another deafening sound came from the immortal graveyard. A huge hole was created in the dark clouds by a powerful force. Golden light shone down from the hole, and it was extremely dazzling. Through the hole, one could see a vast sun above the dark clouds. The condensed sunlight formed a huge pillar that shot straight through the hole in the dark clouds. Wherever the golden light passed, the ghosts and devils fled in all directions in pain. A pillar of sunlight broke through the dark clouds. "Father! Guyu Holy Sun said with joy. Rumble. A figure in a golden Taoist robe slowly descended from the golden light pillar. The man in the Taoist robe was golden all over. On his back, there was a huge wheel that looked like a sun behind his head. Virtuous wheel. Is this the virtuous Dharma idol? A clone? Yan Chuan's expression changed. Taking a closer look, the man in the Taoist robe did seem to be both real and illusory. Moreover, his face couldn't be seen clearly, and there was only a majestic aura. The moment the man in the Taoist robe appeared, a terrifying aura was released. Ka 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 ka. Under this powerful aura, countless ghost demons knelt down in fear, as if they were afraid of an expert who was releasing this aura. Even though they were far away, Yan Chuan's expression darkened. This aura is almost on par with my previous life. Yan Chuan said in surprise. Wherever the man in the Taoist robe went, the ghost demons all retreated. Greetings, Mohina Dojin. On the Qinghuan carriage, the lady in white bowed slightly. The man in the Taoist robe looked at the Qinghuan carriage. So it's you, little girl. Why have you come to my east? Mohina Dojin said calmly. I've deduced that there is something I need here. I'm here to fight for it. The lady in white said quietly. Oh. Mohina Dojin was puzzled. It should still be down there, that round plate. The lady in white said. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and the crystal round plate that was originally 100 feet underground suddenly floated up. The round plate was extremely transparent, but there were small white dragons circling around it like airflow. What is this? Mohina Dojin asked. The heavenly divination plate. It's only useful in our hands. Mohina Dojin has accumulated good karma, so he naturally doesn't need it. The lady in white said softly. Doesn't need it? I can't give it to you even if I don't need it. Guyu Holy Sun shouted. Shut up. Mohina Dojin shouted coldly. Fa. Father. Guyu Holy Sun said in shock. Mohina Dojin looked around, then looked at the sky-burying coffin in the distance. The black-robed Feng Yin-yang was extremely anxious at this moment. Tens of thousands of ghosts and demons rushed towards the sky-burying coffin. Around the sky-burying coffin, the yin qi suddenly increased by more than 100 times. The rolling yin qi gradually formed a pitch-black hole under the sky-burying coffin, and it was about to pull the sky-burying coffin into the hole, opening the door to the netherworld. Humph. Mohina Dojin's Dharma power stepped down slightly. Rumble. It was as if the infinite power of the sun was being pulled down and poured into the ground by Mohina Dojin's Dharma power. Boom. With Mohina Dojin's feet as the center, the ground instantly turned red. Splash. The original ground turned into rolling lava in the blink of an eye, and a vast lava pool was formed. Wherever the lava passed, ghosts and demons were annihilated in pain. The lava pool expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the sky-burying coffin. At the sky-burying coffin, the door to the netherworld that was opened by the infinite yin qi was instantly destroyed by the extreme yang qi. Ah! Woo woo woo! Ow ow! The ghostly creatures wailed as they were incinerated into nothingness. The powerful Tao monarch Black Sun destroyed Feng Yin-yang's plan with just a single stomp. No! Feng Yin-yang was anxious. He immediately rushed forward and charged at the sky-burying coffin. Humph! Mohina Dojin snorted. Roar! Inside the magma, a flame dragon suddenly roared out, smashing ruthlessly towards Feng Yinyang. Boom! Although Feng Yinyang's feng shui was powerful, his cultivation was far inferior to Mohina Dojin's. The flaming dragon charged and sent Feng Yinyang flying backward, crashing into a mountain. Boom! The towering mountain collapsed in an instant. Feng Yinyang was buried alive in the blink of an eye. Chapter 330. Boom! Rubble flew everywhere as a large number of rocks rolled down and buried Feng Yinyang. Pfft! Feng Yinyang spat out a mouthful of blood. Mohina Dojin was one of the top figures in the world. Even if it was just an avatar, it was still extremely powerful. Although Feng Yinyang's feng shui was strong, he was powerless in the face of absolute power. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Feng Yinyang smiled bitterly as he looked at the falling rocks. The sky-burying coffin, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. In the outside world, the lava continued to spread in all directions and rushed toward the broken mountain where Feng Yinyang was. Yang energy soared into the sky, and Feng Yinyang had nowhere to run. After all, it was impossible to open the door to the netherworld with yang energy. Not far away, Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. He took a deep breath. Instantly, he dived into the ground. Rubble flew everywhere, and Feng Yinyang could already feel the heat waves from afar. Mohina Dojin? Is he trying to kill us all? Feng Yinyang said bitterly. Propping himself up, Feng Yinyang prepared to break through the rubble and escape. Although the chances of escaping were slim, he still had to try. Swoosh! Suddenly, a vine wrapped around Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang was slightly surprised. Swoosh! Feng Yinyang was instantly pulled into the ground. It's you! Feng Yinyang looked at the person in front of him in surprise. It was Yan Chuan. Earth Escape Talisman, you actually have an Earth Escape Talisman. Feng Yinyang exclaimed. This is not the place to talk. Yan Chuan shouted. As he spoke, the light of the Earth Escape Talisman enveloped the two of them and they were about to escape. Just as they were about to leave, Yan Chuan's expression changed. Swoosh! Not far away, the copper corpse that had just been bound by the vines was pulled over. Boom! The copper corpse was kicked out. Yan Chuan carried the heavily injured Feng Yinyang and quickly fled into the distance. Behind them was a surging heatwave. The two of them sped up again and again. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the place where Feng Yinyang had been buried alive had been melted by the boiling lava. Roar! The black-robed copper corpse floated to the surface of the magma. It struggled in pain for a while before it was quickly incinerated. Humph! Guyu Holy Sun snorted coldly from afar. Obviously, he thought that the bronze corpse was Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang was also dead. Zhang Xian stretched out his hand, and the heaven-burying coffin flew over. Father! Guyu said solemnly. Lie! The lid of the coffin immediately opened, revealing the massive corpse of a white tiger. Mohina Dojin checked for a while and waved his sleeves. Bang! The corpse of the white tiger was immediately incinerated and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. There's only one corpse. Guyu frowned. This is an ancient corpse. After countless years, the corpse has been eroded. However, this coffin is not bad. You can keep it. Mohina Dojin said indifferently. Yes, thank you, father. Guyu said respectfully. Guyu looked at the other transparent disc, the heaven-projecting disc. Father, this heaven-projecting disc, you must. Guyu said expectantly. Mohina Dojin did not look at Guyu. Instead, he looked at the white-clothed lady who was pulling the blue wand. Lass, take this heaven-projecting disc back. Mohina Dojin said indifferently. Father. Guyu said in surprise. Mohina Dojin glanced at Guyu indifferently and ignored him. Thank you, Mohina Dojin. The white-clothed lady said solemnly. She pinched her fingers slightly, and a white light suddenly shot onto the heaven-projecting disc. The heaven-projecting disc rotated slowly, and overlapping patterns appeared in the surrounding void. Then, the heaven-projecting disc gradually shrank until it was the size of a palm and landed on the white-clothed lady's palm. Chapter 331. Mohina Dojin, thank you for your help. I'll take my leave now. The lady in white said solemnly. Mohina Dojin nodded. Screech. Screech. The two blue wands let out a long screech and pulled the carriage of people toward the north, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. Feng Yinyang's array was finally broken. Lava was boiling on the ground, and flames were soaring into the sky. Father, why did you give it to her? Guyu was still unwilling to give up. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Mohina Dojin said lightly. Yes. Guyu replied. You've disappointed me in the Demon Wind Mountains. Mohina Dojin said again. Yes, I'll continue to work hard. Guyu said with an ugly expression. Don't disturb me if there's nothing else. Also, I only injured the geomancer from before. He's not dead. Mohina Dojin said lightly. Ah. Guyu's expression changed. Mohina Dojin looked at the people around him and ignored them. Instead, he looked at the sun in the sky. Boom. Following the pillar of the sun, Tao Monarch Black Sun's Dharma idol soared into the sky and instantly disappeared. The sun's light pillar also disappeared. Farewell, father. Farewell, Mohina Dojin. Guyu led his subordinates and bowed respectfully to the heavenly Tao. Tao Lord Black Sun left, leaving behind a complicated expression on the faces of those who remained behind. Guyu's expression was extremely ugly. After working so hard for so long, he received such an evaluation from his father. Holy Sun. A man in purple shouted. Find that black-robed geomancer. I want to see him if he's alive or dead. Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Yes. Yan Chuan quickly carried the heavily injured Feng Yinyang through the underground. His speed was extremely fast, but after 6 hours, the surrounding light was much dimmer. Yan Chuan knew that the power of the Earth Escape Talisman was about to be exhausted. If it wasn't for the fact that there was one more person, it could still hold on for a while. However, even so, it was enough. Bang! The two of them broke through the ground. It was the foot of a mountain. Who? Leaning against a big tree, the two rested for a while. Feng Yinyang flipped his hand and took out a pill bottle. He poured out a few pills and swallowed them. Yan Chuan also waited patiently for a while. Looking at the distant sky, Yan Chuan sighed. Previously, from Mohina Dojin's tone towards the woman in white, Yan Chuan could tell that Mohina Dojin would definitely not make things difficult for the woman in white. At this moment, several hours had already passed. Thick smoke billowed from the horizon. It was clear that everything was over. He saw Zhenro again. Although she did not say a word, seeing Zhenro was enough. 4 years later, Jiulu Academy, the Heavenly Bestowal Conference. Yan Chuan frowned as he memorized the date. 4 years later, the woman in white was going. Yan Chuan was definitely going too. They were too similar. They were exactly the same. Yan Chuan even suspected that Zhenro had reincarnated. Hence, he had to find out the reason. Who? Feng Yinyang suddenly exhaled deeply and woke up from his meditation. He turned to look at Yan Chuan. I didn't expect that I would be saved by you. This time, thank you very much. Feng Yinyang said solemnly. What do you plan to do next? Yan Chuan asked. Nodding, Feng Yinyang said, I'll leave immediately. This time, I did come to the east to do something important. After everything is done, I'll thank you properly. So urgent? Aren't you going to rest for a while? Yan Chuan frowned. No need. We'll meet again. Feng Yinyang said solemnly. Chapter 332. All right. Yan Chuan nodded. With that, Feng Yinyang took a step and shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yinyang disappeared. Seeing Feng Yinyang leave, Yan Chuan smiled slightly. Feng Shui Master. Feng Shui Masters are indispensable in my country. It seems that my chips are really not enough. However, there will be a day when it will be enough, Feng Yinyang. Yan Chuan smiled as he looked at Feng Yinyang leaving in the distance. Climbing to the top of a mountain, Yan Chuan looked around. It seems that I didn't go the wrong way. This is the way I came. Yan Chuan quickly recognized the terrain. Swish. Yan Chuan took a step forward and shot off into the distance. A few days later, under a huge waterfall. The waterfall was connected to the Black Dragon Pool. In the pool under the waterfall, Yan Chuan was washing himself. Beside him was a little white cat who was paddling in pain. I hate water, I hate it. The little cat shouted angrily. Hate. Look at how dirty your body is. Your whole body is covered in blood. If I didn't help you wash, would you be like this now? Yan Chuan laughed. My whole body is covered in blood. The little white cat looked at herself. Then, she quickly dived into the pool. After a while, she came out with a bang. You actually took a bath with me. And you're so exposed. You public servant, I'll fight it out with you. The little cat pounced on Yan Chuan. Public servant. Yan Chuan's face stiffened. Pa 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 pa. The little white cat rushed in front of Yan Chuan and kept scratching Yan Chuan's body with her little claws. But the little cat was too small. Although she could strangely speak, her strength couldn't cut Yan Chuan's skin at all. I'll fight it out, scratch, scratch. The little cat kept scratching with her claws. It's so comfortable. Scratch below. Yan Chuan enjoyed it. Ayayaya. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Kitten said impatiently. Although the kitten was manic, it looked extremely cute and adorable. Even if it was filled with murderous intent, it was impossible to get angry. All right. I'm a human and you're a demon. What does that have to do with anything? Yan Chuan smiled. Humph. Kitten said angrily. By the way, why were you in the coffin that day? In that white tiger's stomach? Yan Chuan asked curiously. That day. The kitten seemed to have forgotten its anger. What happened that day? I don't remember. Kitten shook her head. You don't remember? Yan Chuan was slightly stunned. Of course, why do I remember that when I opened my eyes, I saw you, you big hooligan? Kitten said snappily. Big hooligan? Yan Chuan's face stiffened. I really don't remember. I only remember a few things. I don't seem to remember anything else. The kitten cried. Yan Chuan. Then why did you bite me? What's that clan contract? Yan Chuan frowned. I don't know. It was an instinctive reaction. What's the use of that clan contract? Kitten asked curiously. Yan Chuan was speechless. He rolled his eyes and didn't know what to say. By the way, do you have a name? Yan Chuan asked. Let me think. I think I have some memory. I think I'm called Meow. Kitten thought and said. Meow. It's indeed a kitten's name. Yan Chuan nodded. I'm not a cat. I'm a tiger. The king of all beasts. I'm a tiger, a tiger. Kitten snorted. A tiger? You? Yan Chuan didn't believe it. Kitten didn't even have the word king on her head. I'm a tiger. I must be a tiger. Kitten cried. Didn't you say you don't remember anything? I remember this. I forget everything. I definitely can't forget what I am. I'm a tiger. The biggest tiger. Kitten cried proudly. The biggest and biggest tiger. Looking at the palm-sized kitten acting cute, Yan Chuan didn't know if he should discourage her. Chapter 333. I remember this. I've forgotten everything, but I can't forget who I am. I'm a tiger, the biggest tiger. The kitten exclaimed proudly. The biggest and biggest tiger. Looking at the palm-sized kitten acting cute, Yan Chuan didn't know if he should discourage her. Alright, tiger, then what's up with the little felt hat on your head? You don't even want to take it off when you're washing your body? Let me see. Yan Chuan asked curiously. This is my baby, don't even think about it. The kitten exclaimed. She looked nervous. Yan Chuan was just casually saying that. How could he snatch the hat from a kitten? Yan Chuan was about to say something when his face suddenly turned serious. Someone's coming. Pine. Carrying Meow, he jumped out of the water. Ah! Hooligan, what are you doing? The kitten exclaimed. Throwing the kitten onto a large rock, Yan Chuan quickly put on his clothes. As Yan Chuan was wearing his clothes behind a large rock, no one noticed Yan Chuan. Xiao! A figure landed at the edge of the lake. It was Dong Fong Zhengpai. Sigh. Standing at the edge of the lake, Dong Fong Zhengpai had a look of pity. My protective talisman. Dong Fong Zhengpai said sadly. Who's there? Dong Fong Zhengpai suddenly sensed someone. Yan Chuan walked out slowly. Dong Fong Zhengpai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Dong Fong Zhengpai, we meet again. Why are you here? Brother Yan, you're not dead. You're not dead. Fuck, you're still alive. Dong Fong Zhengpai exclaimed. Do you wish for me to die? Yan Chuan laughed. No, how could I? As long as you're alive, that's great. Dong Fong Zhengpai jumped over and laughed. He looked at Yan Chuan as if he was looking at a treasure, causing Yan Chuan to feel uncomfortable. In the eyes of Dong Fong Zhengpai, Yan Chuan is a protective talisman. As long as Yan Chuan is alive, after 4 years, Yan Chuan will give him a protective talisman. But if Yan Chuan is dead, Yan Chuan, there is no hope. I knew that Brother Yan's luck was as good as the heavens. Ha ha ha. Dong Fong Zhengpai laughed happily. I'm asking you, why are you here? Yan Chuan is. Wasn't it you were the one who told me this place is this place? You is you. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a small bamboo scroll. Is? Don't you remember? At that time, Pu Holy Sun said that those who enter the Zhu Immortal domain will be given an earth-grade cultivation technique. Those who find the entrance will be given a heaven-grade cultivation technique. That day, you were the one who found it. I asked him for it. Here you are. Dong Fong Zhengpai laughed. Spear Heart Arts. Yan Chuan took it. That Gu Yu is really stingy. I asked him for a long time before he gave me this. Spear Heart Arts, although it's a heaven-grade cultivation technique, you need to practice the spear. I don't practice the spear, so I'll give it to you. Dong Fong Zhengpai laughed. Alright, thank you very much. Yan Chuan said with satisfaction. You're welcome. As long as you don't die in 4 years, it's enough. Hee hee. Dong Fong Zhengpai is very happy. Don't die in 4 years? Yan Chuan is puzzled. It's fine, it's fine. I'm just saying that I, Dong Fong Zhengpai, am a righteous person. This spear heart arts is a reflection of my character. Dong Fong Zhengpai said shamelessly. Is Guyu Holy Sun still in the Demon Wind Mountain Range? Yan Chuan asked. Him. He left a long time ago, but his men stayed behind to look for a feng shui master in the Demon Wind Mountain Range. The reward is a heaven-grade cultivation technique. The Dazhao sacred ground is really rich. Dong Fong Zhengpai sighed. Chapter 334. Looking for a feng shui master. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Obviously, he was looking for Feng Yin-yang. Yes, I don't know if I can find him. Dong Fong Zhengpai shook his head. Pfft. Miao jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder. Eh? Dong Fong Zhengpai was shocked. This is. Dong Fong Zhengpai's eyes lit up. Yan Chuan, where did you find this? My goodness, with this little cat, you will attract many girls. What a cute little cat. Dong Fong Zhengpai's eyes lit up. Cat your sister. Miao was furious. Eh. Dong Fong Zhengpai's face froze. A talking cat? This little cat can talk. Dong Fong Zhengpai exclaimed. You are the cat, your whole family are cats. Miao was furious. Eh. Dong Fong Zhengpai's face froze again. Miao is actually a tiger. Yan Chuan explained with a smile. After hearing Yan Chuan's explanation, Miao felt much better. Tiger, tiger. Dong Fong Zhengpai pointed at Miao as if he had seen a ghost. How could there be such a small tiger? The size of a palm? Is this a tiger? Ignorant pervert. Miao raised her head proudly. Eh. Pervert. Dong Fong Zhengpai's face twitched. Miao, this is Dong Fong Zhengpai. Yan Chuan introduced. Dong Fong Zhengpai looked at the little cat and said in a magnetic voice, Miao, right? You've misunderstood me. Actually, as my name suggests, I'm definitely a role model for all men. Humph. Miao raised her head and ignored Dong Fong Zhengpai. Dong Fong Zhengpai's face froze. However, he was thick-skinned. He looked at Yan Chuan and said, Brother Yan, you have to help me. Oh. This kitten, no, this little tiger is so rare. Tell me, where did you find it? I want to find one too. Dong Fong Zhengpai immediately shouted. You're looking too. Nonsense, with little kitten and little Miao in our hands, wouldn't we be friends with all women in the world? Dong Fong Zhengpai said shamelessly. Yan Chuan had a strange expression on his face. In the end, he shook his head and said, I saw it in the Demon Wind Mountain Range. If you want to look for it, take your time. Oh, okay, I can't let others beat me to it. Brother Yan, many thanks. Dong Fong Zhengpai hurriedly ran away. Seeing the Eastern Orthodox sect disappear in the blink of an eye, Yan Chuan was speechless. Yan Chuan, how do you know such a wretched man? Kitten looked at Yan Chuan in confusion. Yan Chuan smiled. Alright, we're going to dive again. Be careful. Yan Chuan grabbed Miao and said. Going into the water again? I don't want to. Miao shouted anxiously. Can't you breathe through your pores? There's a passage below. We're out of the Demon Wind Mountain Range. Yan Chuan smiled. Why? Miao said anxiously. Because I don't want others to see me for the time being. Yan Chuan explained. I don't want to. Miao shouted anxiously. Plop. Yan Chuan grabbed Miao and jumped into the lake. Woo-woo. Miao whined unhappily. Beside the Black Dragon Lake. 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army sat cross-legged. Huo Guang and Lu Jin looked worried. Will the king be okay? Huo Guang asked worriedly. Definitely not, the king will be fine. Lu Jin said confidently. The two waited patiently. Bang! Suddenly, the water in the lake surged. A voice came out of the water. Big bad guy, I hate water. Why did you take me underwater for so long? Ah! A young voice said angrily. Chapter 335. My king. It's my king. Lu Jin exclaimed. My king. Huo Guang exclaimed in surprise. The 3,000 soldiers were awakened and looked at Yan Chuan, who was walking ashore slowly. My king, you are finally back. It's good that you are fine. Lu Jin said happily. The First Legion has completed the mission. Huo Guang said excitedly. Long live my king. The soldiers of the embroidered uniform army shouted. Good. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Miao Miao, on the other hand, was looking at the group in confusion. My king, we uprooted the Life League and took everything out. We got a total of 5,000 upper-grade spirit stones and countless magical treasures and weapons. Huo Guang said excitedly. Spirit stones? Where are the spirit stones? Miao's eyes lit up. Huh? Huo Guang and Lu Jin looked at the kitten that Yan Chuan brought back with a strange expression. It can talk. The kitten can talk. Seeing Yan Chuan nodding, Lu Jin opened the spatial scroll. A large number of spirit stones were placed in the scroll. Ah! 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 Miao said excitedly. She swung her head and the felt hat on her head faced the spatial scroll. Collect! 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 Miao shouted. Rumble! A large number of spirit stones flew toward the felt hat. Strangely, when they reached the mouth of the felt hat, they suddenly became smaller. Ah! Lu Jin's expression changed. She quickly opened the spatial scroll. Bang! The spirit stones scattered on the ground, but they were quickly sucked into the felt hat. In the blink of an eye, only 1/5 of the spirit stones were left in the spatial scroll. Lu Jin's face was filled with pain. Miao put on the felt hat again. She hugged a upper-grade spirit stone and chewed it happily. Crunch! Crunch! Soon, Miao finished the entire top-grade spirit stone as if she was eating rice crust. After eating it, he took out another one from the small felt hat and began to chew on it excitedly. Huo Guang and Lu Jin were at a loss. What was going on? Yan Chuan also looked at Miao in surprise. Eat spirit stones? Your Majesty, this. Lu Jin looked at the kitten in confusion. It's a tiger called Miao. Yan Chuan explained. Tiger? The 3,000 soldiers were all at a loss. From now on, it will follow me. Keep the spirit stones. Yan Chuan laughed. Oh. Lu Jin was still in a daze. Humph, stingy. Miao lay on Yan Chuan's shoulder and chewed on the spirit stones. Huo Guang, practice this skill well. Yan Chuan handed over a bamboo scroll. Spear heart skill. Huo Guang was surprised. Go and rest for a while. After I change my clothes, we will return to the Day sect. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Day sect. Yan Chuan led the army and slowly walked out of the forest. Many disciples of the Day sect gathered around him. Peak Master Tian is back. Peak Master Tian is back. Blood demon, another blood demon. Have you heard? Peak Master Tian killed 6,000 disciples of the Life League in one night in the Demon Wind Mountain Range. One person, just one person. And the others from Peak Master Tian uprooted the Life League. A large number of disciples of the Day sect came out to watch. This time, it was completely different from the last time. Last time, they were not optimistic about this group of people. This time, many disciples were full of admiration. From now on, Peak Master Tian was officially recognized by the disciples of the Day sect. Chapter 336. Day Sect. Great River Hall. Feng Tairan, Duan San Shu, and the 4 Peak Lords gathered. 5th Stage of Essence Realm. Black Peak Lord Feng Tianyu looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. Not long ago, Yan Chuan was still at the 2nd Stage of Essence Realm. I had a small fortuitous encounter in Demon Wind Mountain Range. Yan Chuan smiled. Small fortuitous encounter. You've killed so many people. Gao Bufan sighed and smiled. Life League and Day Sect have a grudge. So what if I killed them? Mo Wuhui said lightly. Although his tone was light, it was not difficult to hear his hatred for Life League. Sect Master, are you feeling better? Yan Chuan looked at Feng Tairan. I'm almost there. San Shu just woke up. It will take some time for me to recover. Feng Tairan smiled. Yan Chuan, thank you for your help in Demon Wind Mountain Range. Duan San Shu said solemnly. They thought that there was no hope for them. Who would have thought that they could escape death because of Yan Chuan? You're welcome. Yan Chuan smiled. Do you have any plans for Tianfeng? Continue to go out and train? Feng Tairan asked doubtfully. Shaking his head, Yan Chuan smiled and said, that's why I'm looking for you. Oh. I heard that Day Sect has a share in Carefree City where ZZ is. Yan Chuan asked. Carefree City. Everyone was puzzled. Yes, it's a cultivator city that our 6 great sects established together. Our 6 great sects are in charge of Carefree City and it's divided into 6 halls. Day Sect occupies the Great River Hall of Carefree City. Every year, the city's tax revenue is divided into 6 portions. Our Day Sect takes 1 portion. Feng Tairan nodded. Establishing an immortal city for 100 sects to circulate resources and collect taxes to support their own sections. But a lower-level sect needs to establish an immortal city with others. Yan Chuan frowned. Feng Tairan smiled bitterly and said, powerful inferior sects will naturally establish their own, and even have more than 1 immortal cultivator city. But the foundation of our Day Sect is too weak. Then who is in charge of Carefree City's Great River Hall? Yan Chuan asked doubtfully. For now, it's me. What? You want to host it? Feng Tairan asked doubtfully. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan in confusion. You can say that. Can I? Yan Chuan smiled. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan strangely. The 6 sects are in charge of the Worry-Free City, and the Life Moon Alliance is one of them. Now that the Life Moon Alliance has been uprooted, the resources under the Life Moon Alliance will naturally have to be redistributed. Since you've destroyed the Life Moon Alliance, it's best for you to handle this matter. Feng Tairan nodded. But, Yan Chuan, can you do it? Gao Bufan asked strangely. That's right, you went to deal with Worry-Free City. Aren't you going to focus on your cultivation? Don't you find it troublesome? Duan San Shu was also puzzled. There was nothing much to manage in Carefree City. All he had to do was collect the taxes when the time came. Wouldn't he be distracted? No matter, I like trouble. Yan Chuan smiled faintly. Since that's the case, you can go. I'll send people to inform the other hall masters. Oh right, let Zhujiansheng and the rest follow you. They can explain the situation in Worry-Free City to you. Feng Tairan said after some thought. All right. Yan Chuan nodded. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yan Chuan returned to Heavenly Peak. King of Hell's Hall. Huo Guang stood respectfully in front of Yan Chuan. Miao was listlessly sleeping on a chair at the side. How's the Spear Heart Sutra? Yan Chuan asked. I memorized it all and burned it. Huo Guang said solemnly. And, what are you going to do next? Yan Chuan asked with a smile. The Spear Heart Sutra has a total of 10 levels. I will pass down the first and second levels. After that, according to the soldiers' comprehension and contribution, I will slowly teach them in the form of rewards. Huo Guang said. Chapter 337. Not bad, you've matured. Yan Chuan smiled. Thank you for your compliment, King. Huo Guang said excitedly. Go and teach them. Follow me tomorrow morning. There are still many things to do. Yan Chuan said with satisfaction. Yes. The next day, everyone from Tianfeng left. The disciples of Dai sect were confused. Tianfeng is weird. Yeah, they just came back 2 days ago and left again. What are they busy with? Aren't they cultivating? Everyone was discussing. Halfway up the Black Peak. Jiang Nan frowned as he looked at the people leaving. His face was gloomy. 2 disciples of Dai sect were standing behind him. Senior brother, no, martial uncle, I think, let's forget about it. Yan Chuan is too abnormal. One of them said with a complicated expression. Yeah, senior brother. The other person also persuaded. Jiang Nan's face was gloomy. He said lightly, I know. Yan Chuan led the army to the west. After a day of traveling, they took a break. At the top of a mountain, Yan Chuan looked at the vast mountains and rivers. Zhijiansheng and the 7 swordsmen stood behind Yan Chuan. Martial uncle, your subordinates are really amazing. They were so powerful when they annihilated the Life League. It was as if Huo Guang had set up a net and the Life League's disciples jumped into it one by one. Zhijiansheng praised. Yeah, we didn't do anything that day. The 3 swordsmen nodded. This is an army. Yan Chuan smiled. Martial uncle's army is really strong. Zhijiansheng sighed. King, there's a battle ahead. Huo Guang ran from afar. Oh. Judging from the momentum, it should be 30 Qi state practitioners besieging a Qi state beast. Huo Guang reported. Let's go and take a look. Yan Chuan said immediately. Yes. Everyone quickly followed Yan Chuan to a mountain peak and looked down at the huge canyon below. Boom. Second brother, hurry up and shoot. Attack together, quick. Whirlwind strike. Ah. 30 elite realm Xiuzha were surrounding a 3 zhang tall black wild boar. The wild boar had sharp fangs, and when it swung its fangs, it could draw a stream of light. As he stepped on the ground, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. One stomp could kill a Xiuzha. Its skin was thick to begin with, and it was in the Qi realm. The group of Qi realm Xiuzha could not break through the Yao Pig's defense. Ah! Many Xiuzha were seriously injured, and 2 had died. The battle was extremely tragic. Big brother, let's not take on this mission. There are many smaller missions in the worry-free city. There's no need to die here. Lao Jiu and Lao Shi were killed by this bastard. Avenge Lao Jiu and Lao Shi. Everyone roared, grieved, and fought. After killing for so long, the wild boar only lost one of its eyes, but the wild boar was even more irritable. It rampaged and knocked around, causing many Xiuzha to fall to the ground. People from the worry-free city. Huo Guang, gather the troops and kill the boar demon. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Huo Guang replied. With a wave of his hand, 1,000 members of the embroidered army quickly moved forward and took their positions. Release. Huo Guang ordered. Boom. 1,000 shooting sun arrows shot towards the wild boar demon in the canyon like a meteor shower. Roar. The wild boar roared in shock. It raised a Qi wall in fear. Boom. 1,000 shooting sun arrows, under the terrifying force, broke through the wild boar's defense. Chapter 338. TSS. TSS. The arrows pierced into the wild boar's body. Ao 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 ao. The wild boar screamed in disbelief and fell to the ground instantly. In the canyon, the group of tragic practitioners who had been killing the wild boar were all stunned. The wild boar demon, who had worked so hard to break its defense, was killed in seconds. Everyone was shocked and looked up at the mountain at the same time. But when they saw Yan Chuan and the others, their faces darkened. Everyone, what's the meaning of this? One of them was worried. After all, the other party had thousands of people. They only had more than 20 left. How could they compete with them? Were they here to rob the wild boar demon? No way. Pick someone who is in charge. My king has something to ask. Huo Guang shouted. The people below looked at each other. There was hesitation on their faces. On the mountain, Zhu Jiansheng and others looked at Yan Chuan in confusion. Martial uncle, why do you want to find them? Zhu Jiansheng asked curiously. Lu Jin took out a dragon chair for Yan Chuan to sit on. I have my own plans. Yan Chuan smiled slightly. Bang! Suddenly, a white light shot from Yan Chuan's dragon platform not far away. Meow. The white light fell on Yan Chuan's shoulder. What happened just now? A pig made a sound. Meow shouted excitedly. Hey, this cat can talk. Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen suddenly widened their eyes. Cat? You said I'm a cat. Meow looked at the 8 people with a straight face. Did Martial Uncle prepare it for Miss C? It's really cute. Zhu Jiansheng sighed. Cute your sister, I'm a tiger, a tiger. Meow said indignantly. Ah. Everyone's face stiffened slightly. Meow is indeed a tiger. Don't provoke her. Yan Chuan smiled slightly. Ah. Oh. The 8 people nodded strangely. That's more like it. Meow calmed down. Oh right, did a pig make a sound just now? Ah, there really is a big pig down there. Meow said in surprise. Aren't you always sleeping? Why did you suddenly wake up? Yan Chuan asked doubtfully. I like the sound of pigs being slaughtered. Why didn't you call me when it was so tragic? Meow said angrily. You like the sound of pigs being slaughtered? Yan Chuan asked in surprise. Yan Chuan was not the only one who was surprised. Everyone around him was also at a loss. A kitten that liked to hear the sound of pigs being slaughtered. At this moment, a red-robed man walked up from below. The man was led to Yan Chuan. I'm Mu Qianli. May I know why seniors are here? The burly man asked nervously. You don't have to worry. We're just passing by. By the way, we have something to ask you. Yan Chuan smiled. That wild boar demon. Mu Qianli said with some anticipation. I'll give it to you. Yan Chuan smiled. Many thanks, Senior. If Senior has any questions, Junior will answer them all. Mu Qianli said excitedly. I heard you guys say that you guys are from Worry-Free City. What order? And which sect are you guys from? Can you tell me? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Ah, just these. Mu Qianli was surprised. Just these. Yan Chuan smiled. Many thanks for Senior's help. Senior's questions are not a secret. We are all people who make a living in Worry-Free City. Most of us are unaffiliated cultivators. Some are from small clans and small sections. Because our strength is weaker, we can only gather together. In Worry-Free City, we have a collective name, mercenaries, Mu Qianli said bitterly. Mercenaries? Yan Chuan was puzzled. Yes. In worry-free city, we mercenaries accept orders from others. For example, we're looking for certain materials for alchemy or smithing. We help them find them and they give us enough spirit stones. Cultivators need large amounts of resources to cultivate. It wasn't easy for us to reach the essence realm. Naturally, we have to work harder and earn more spirit stones to cultivate. Mu Qianli smiled bitterly. So unaffiliated cultivators are so poor. Huo Guang exclaimed. Mu Qianli smiled bitterly. Mortals often said that cultivators were free and unfettered. But how would mortals know that those free and unfettered cultivators were people who didn't want to improve themselves and just sat there waiting for death? For example, how many spirit stones can you earn in a month? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Us? There's no fixed amount. But on average, I can earn about 50 low-grade spirit stones. 20 for my own cultivation and 30 for my wife and son. Mu Qianli said proudly. Clearly, 50 low-grade spirit stones a month was a very successful number. Are there many mercenaries like you in worry-free city? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Many, how can there not be many? There are at least tens of thousands. Mu Qianli said with certainty. I know, many thanks. You can go now. Yan Chuan smiled. Yes, thank you, senior. Mu Qianli retreated down the mountain fearfully. At the foot of the mountain, the embroidered uniform army retrieved the shooting sun arrows from the wild boar demon and slowly retreated. Mu Qianli went down the mountain and asked the last embroidered uniform army soldier who was about to leave, Senior, may I ask who your king is? King. Ha ha ha, our king is the peak lord of De Sek's heavenly peak. The embroidered uniform army soldier said proudly and left a shocked Mu Qianli behind. Peak lord of heavenly peak. De Sect. Yan Chuan. Mu Qianli muttered. The one who killed 6,000 Life League disciples in a night, blood devil Yan Chuan. Mu Qianli looked at Yan Chuan's army in shock. Chapter 339. At the peak of a mountain. Yan Chuan led the army to a stop. Almost all the soldiers were looking into the distance in shock. Far away, the sky was blue. Below them was 100 zhang tall city wall that stretched endlessly. There were numerous runes floating on top of the city wall, as if it was some kind of array formation protecting the city wall. 100 zhang. Isn't that too exaggerated? In the mortal world, the city walls are at most 50 zhang tall. How can it be so tall? Is this a city wall? Huo Guang exclaimed in shock. 50 zhang. It's not even as big as some demonic beasts. How can it be used as a city wall? Zhu Jiansheng laughed. This wall can block demonic beasts. Speaking of which, even a high god realm expert can forget about breaking this wall. The Three Swords hero said proudly. How much effort is needed to build this wall? I can't even see the end of it. Huo Guang exclaimed. Idiot, don't you know how to find a feng shui master? Don't feng shui masters do this? Miao said with disdain. Huo Guang's face stiffened. Miao Miao is right. This worry-free city was actually formed by asking the feng shui master to bring the mountain range here and then carefully processing it. At that time, the price paid to the feng shui master was not small. Zhou Jianxing explained. 100 zhang tall, you said that even a high god realm expert might not be able to break it. Can't they just fly over? Lu Jin was puzzled. 10% of the city is covered with countless array formations. There are countless array formations on top of the city walls and above the city. Even a high god realm expert would not be able to break through the city's defenses. If they want to enter the city, there is only one way, and that is through the city gates. Zhu Jiansheng explained. Indeed, there was a huge city gate in the distance. Above the gate were the words Worry-Free City. A large number of cultivators stood at the gate, inspecting the people entering and leaving. "What's that?" Huo Guang asked in confusion. Zhujiansheng said, "This place is a treasure land. Originally, the qi of heaven and earth was abundant. Later, the feng shui master brought 5 large dragon veins here. The qi of heaven and earth is abnormally abundant. There are many practitioners living in the city. Some are from sects, some are from clans, and most of them are rogue practitioners. They have opened medicine shops, magical treasure shops, and so on. There are nearly 1 million people here. 1 million cultivators. So many. Lu Jin was surprised. Huh, 1 million cultivators. This city is actually not that big. Let's not talk about those large-scale immortal cities. There are close to 300 mortal kingdoms around it, and close to 100 billion mortals. How many cultivators are there in this city? Zhujiansheng laughed. Huo Guang and Lu Jin fell silent. When the data came out, the two of them realized that their vision had been too narrow in the past. Let's go into the city. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Yes. Lu Jin and Huo Guang answered. Under the lead of Yan Chuan, 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army stepped into the distant northern city gate. Even though it was an immortal city, thousands of people suddenly came. It was not a small number. The guards at the city gate were slightly surprised. However, with Zhujiansheng and the others stepping forward, everything went much smoother. The Dai sect was one of the owners of this city. The guards at the city gate were also disciples of the Dai sect. Therefore, they entered the city smoothly. Once they entered the city, there were countless mountains around them. The practitioners entered and ran in all directions. Some of the mountains were covered by clouds and mist. Some of them were shrouded in green light in the distance. Huo Guang and the others were already dazzled by the sight. Martial uncle, the areas covered by clouds and mist are private territories in the city. There are formations protecting the mountains, similar to the houses of every family in a mortal city. Those areas covered by green light are public areas. There are streets, restaurants, and shops. It's actually not much different from the mortal world. Zhujiansheng explained. Chapter 340. N. Yan Chuan nodded. Under the lead of Zhujiansheng and the rest, the group quickly arrived at a forested area in the north of the city. The waterfall flowed rapidly, and there were many palaces on the mountain not far from the waterfall. The group arrived at the group of palaces. The scenery was beautiful, and they looked down from above. Main Palace, Great River Hall. There were many Dai sect disciples in the surroundings. When they saw Zhujiansheng and Yan Chuan, they were extremely polite, and they glanced at Yan Chuan from time to time. Blood demon. That's Yan Chuan. Killing 6,000 people in one night, that's crazy. That's the Peak Lord of Heavenly Peak. The Dai sect disciples discussed in low voices. Yan Chuan ignored them. Instead, he stood in front of the Great River Hall and looked around. This place was very high up. Standing in front of the Great River Hall, one could see endless mountains and rivers. In the distance, the green light shrouded the area, there were countless cultivators and many buildings. In the center are the shops. Zhujiansheng said. By the side, Huo Guang exclaimed in admiration, just how big is this worryless city? Because cultivators like to occupy their own mountains, even though there are millions of cultivators, the city is very big. It's about the size of a province in the mortal world. Zhujiansheng smiled. So big? Huo Guang exclaimed. Of course it's big. In the street in front, you can have whatever you want. As long as you have spirit stones. Zhujiansheng smiled. Yan Chuan looked at the Great River Hall behind him. Great River Hall. Huo Guang, get someone to change the signboard of the Great River Hall to King of Hell's Hall. Yan Chuan said indifferently. Yes. Huo Guang received the order and left. Tell me about the sect that controls Worry-Free City. Yan Chuan said. Yes, the first one is the Day sect. The second one is the Life League that was annihilated. The third one is the Demon Reigning sect. Actually, Martial Uncle knows the leader of the Demon Reigning sect, Zhujiansheng said with a smile. Oh. Zhujiansheng smiled and said, back in the mortal world, Uncle Master met King Mai in the Feng Shui formation. He is the sect master of the demon-controlling sect. Senior Mai came from the state of Zheng, which is close to the Yan state. When Uncle Master was in Beijing, Uncle Master took down 2 of King Mai's Qi state disciples. Do you still remember? King Mai. Yan Chuan's expression changed slightly. Yes, there are 3 other sections. They are the High Serenity sect, the Middle Serenity sect, and the Low Serenity sect. Zhujiansheng said. Oh. High Serenity sect, Middle Serenity sect, and Low Serenity sect. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. A light flashed in his eyes. I heard that the founders of these 3 sects were all disciples of a sect called the Serenity sect. After the Serenity sect was destroyed, the 3 of them started their own sections. The names are quite similar, and the 3 sects have a good relationship with each other. Zhujiansheng explained. My lord. Lu Jin frowned and said. Is it them? Yan Chuan said lightly. Lu Jin took out a list. There were almost 100 sects on the list. That's right. These 3 sects were the ones that forced the old emperor to his death. Lu Jin said seriously. Zhujiansheng and the 7 swordsmen's expressions changed. They smiled bitterly and said, that's right. These 3 sects were the ones that forced your father to his death. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded lightly. Originally, Carefree City was divided into 6 parts. The 6 sects were each in charge of one part of the city. The central business district was under our joint jurisdiction. My Day sect was in charge of the northern district. The 3 swordsmen said. Are they all lower rank sects? Yan Chuan asked. No. In fact, our Day sect is the only legitimate lower rank sect. The demon driving sect is just an ordinary sect. The other 3 are actually lower rank sects conferred by the Great Winged Heaven School. Zhujiansheng explained. Chapter 341. Is there a city lord? Yes, the sect leader of the Central Serenity sect, Zheng Hong, was elected by the 6 sections. He's an expert at the peak of the God realm. Zhujiansheng said. The Central Serenity sect, Zheng Hong. Yan Chuan frowned. The Life League and the 3 Serenity sect were elected by the 4 sects, so he naturally became the city lord. Of course, Carefree City is divided into 6 parts, so even if he becomes the city lord, we won't lose much. Zhujiansheng said with a smile. I roughly know the situation in the city. Where's ZZ staying? Yan Chuan asked. Miss C. Martial Uncle, you're going? Yes, I'll go and see her first. Then I'll send Martial Uncle. Zhujiansheng said immediately. Okay. Huo Guang, set up camp and let the soldiers rest. Yan Chuan said to Huo Guang, who was changing the plaque. Yes. Huo Guang replied. At this moment, the main hall's plaque had been changed. King of Hell's Palace. Let's go. Not long after Yan Chuan entered the city, the news quickly spread. In a large hall in Carefree City, a man in a luxurious robe sat on the main seat. It was King Yi, whom Yan Chuan had met before. There were 7 or 8 cultivators standing in front of him, 3 of which were King Ye's disciples. Eldest senior brother Dan Qingzi's expression was extremely ugly. Master, Yan Chuan came just now. Dan Qingzi said with an ugly expression. He still remembered the feeling of being stepped on by Yan Chuan. It was the shame of his life. Master, Rumor has it that Yan Chuan killed 6,000 disciples of the Life League in one night. Isn't that a little too exaggerated? Yes, Master. The last time I saw him, he was only in the strength realm. Dan Qingzi said. But it's true that the Life League was uprooted by Yan Chuan. Moreover, King Yi said in a deep voice. Besides what? The low-tier disciples of the Life Alliance weren't the only ones who were killed. All of the Life Alliance's Divine Realm experts seem to have died. King Yi Mu said in a grim voice. The disciples. Master, what do you think we should do? Dan Qingzi was conflicted. Lu Gang, what do you think? King Wild took a sip of tea and looked at his youngest disciple. Lu Gang used to be a worshipper of the state of Zheng. Later on, King Mai had taken him in as a disciple in order to seize the army destroyers Will in the Feng Shui formation. He was the first to surrender to Yan Chuan in the Battle of Yanjing. Disciple feels that we should wait and see. Perhaps there will be more changes. Lu Gang rubbed his bald head and smiled. Oh. King Yi Mu asked calmly. Although this disciple has only joined the sect for a short period of time, I know a little about the situation in Carefree City. The Life Moon League and the Triyu sect have a close relationship. Once the Life Moon League is destroyed, the Triyu sect might vent their anger on Yan Chuan. They might even target Yan Chuan. Lu Gang said respectfully. That's right. Continue. King Mai nodded. Now that the Life Moon League is destroyed, there will definitely be conflicts in the city. Master, why don't you let the Day sect and the Triyu sect fight for it first? We can make our move when the situation is clear. Lu Gang said seriously. Good. Master didn't misjudge you. King Mai looked at Lu Gang with a smile. Master, of course. You already know everything. You're just testing me. Lu Gang immediately said humbly. You may leave. King Mai said with satisfaction. Yes. The disciples all left the hall. After leaving the hall, Lu Gang looked at Dan Qingzi and third senior brother curiously. Eldest senior brother, third senior brother, are you still planning to take revenge for Yan Chuan? Lu Gang asked. The two of them looked at each other, and their faces twitched. Revenge? Revenge my ass. Yan Chuan alone killed hundreds of Qi state cultivators. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went after him? Senior brothers, junior brother feels that there is no deep hatred between us and Yan Chuan. All of this can be resolved. Lu Gang said with a smile. Chapter 342. Carefree City, on a small hilltop. Zhijiansheng, Yan Chuan, Lu Jin, and Miao were standing on the hilltop. Leaning on Yan Chuan's shoulder were Miao. Martial uncle, Miss C is in the mountains in front. It's called Purple Heart Villa. Zhijiansheng pointed to a place not far away. Purple Heart Villa. Yan Chuan looked at the place not far away. Why is there no one living in the surrounding mountains? It's such a big area, why is there no one? Is the terrain not good? Lu Jin asked curiously. Zhijiansheng smiled bitterly and said, the terrain is excellent and contains auspicious energy. It's a rare treasure land, but because Miss C is here, so. Zhijiansheng did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood. They were afraid of Miss C and did not dare to go near her. How do you know that Miss C is here? Yan Chuan asked. Miss C has a property in the downtown area of the city, but she rarely goes there. I heard that she lives in Purple Heart Villa all year round. She doesn't even bring any servants or maids with her. She lives alone. Zhijiansheng said. The surrounding clouds are very light. There doesn't seem to be any formation. Lu Jin asked curiously. Formation? Does Miss C need a formation for her residence? Who dares to go there? Zhijiansheng asked curiously. Wait for me outside. I'll go in and take a look. Yan Chuan said. Ah. Outside? Lu Jin was worried. Zhou Jiansheng heaved a sigh of relief. Meow, you stay too. Yan Chuan said to his shoulder. No, I want to go, I want to go. Meow suddenly shouted. What are you going to do? Yan Chuan frowned. You don't have to worry about me. Don't worry, I'll be by your side. I won't disturb you. Meow hugged a high-grade spirit stone and said. Crack, crack. As he chewed on the spirit stones, he looked at Yan Chuan with a gaze that seemed to say, I'm definitely going. All right, when the time comes, you stay at the side and don't mess around. Yan Chuan nodded. Yan Chuan took a step forward and headed deeper inside. Wallalala. As soon as he entered, he heard the sound of a waterfall. Following a clean path, Yan Chuan slowly walked towards a large waterfall. There was a deep pool under the waterfall, and there were a few simple houses on the shore. Not far from the house, there was a wooden sign with the words, Purple Heart Villa, carved on it. There was a relatively quiet lake beside the deep pool, and there was a long pier that extended into the middle of the lake. Yan Chuan could see at a glance that ZZ was sitting on the dock. ZZ was sitting alone on the dock, with a pair of shoes and a golden mask beside her. ZZ's feet were placed in the lake, and she was gently paddling. She was holding a red comb in her hand, and facing the reflection of the lake, she was gently combing her long hair. It was accompanied by a cool breeze and water vapor. Hum, 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 hum. Under the loud sound of the waterfall, ZZ's voice was faintly heard, as if she was humming some kind of moving music. It was very pleasant to the ears. Yan Chuan stood not far away, quietly watching. He watched ZZ's feet swaying in the lake, gently combing her hair, and humming a tune by herself. Yan Chuan stood there for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, but ZZ's posture never changed. Crack, it's been so long, why is she still combing her hair and humming? Meow was puzzled as she bit the spirit stone. You don't understand. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of pity. What do you think? Meow asked curiously. This is a person's romance. Yan Chuan sighed slightly. Chapter 343. One person's romance. Meow. Meow really didn't understand. Who's there? ZZ seemed to have sensed someone approaching. ZZ put down the comb in a panic and quickly picked up a golden mask. After putting it on, she turned around. The moment she turned around, Yan Chuan saw ZZ's eyes turn purple. ZZ turned around angrily and saw Yan Chuan standing there quietly. The moment she saw Yan Chuan, her purple eyes revealed a trace of surprise and joy. The original anger dissipated and her purple eyes slowly turned back to black. Meow looked at ZZ curiously. Looking at ZZ, Yan Chuan smiled. This smile made ZZ's mood instantly lighten up. She pulled her fair and delicate feet out of the lake and gently shook off the water stains. She put on her shoes and walked over. Yan Chuan, why are you here? ZZ's voice was filled with joy. Purple hair and purple clothes. Even with the golden mask, it couldn't hide her mature beauty. I just arrived at Carefree City and came to see you. Yan Chuan smiled. As he spoke, Yan Chuan walked forward again. Don't come over. ZZ instantly panicked and retreated. I said, it's okay. Yan Chuan smiled. Don't. It's good to talk like this. ZZ shook her head. Meow, big hooligan. She didn't even let you go forward and you still want to go forward. Are you going to violate her? Meow chewed on a spiritual stone and gloated. Yan Chuan's face darkened. He regretted bringing Meow along. Perhaps she was too focused on Yan Chuan, but ZZ seemed to have only noticed Meow now. This is your cat. So cute and can talk. ZZ's eyes were filled with affection. I'm not a cat. I said, I'm not a cat. Meow suddenly shouted. This was a matter of principle. Meow looked at ZZ angrily. Ah. ZZ looked at Meow in surprise. At the same time, a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. This awkwardness was not because of Meow, but because of Yan Chuan. She's a tiger. Her name is Meow. She likes spirit stones. Yan Chuan immediately introduced. Did you hear that? I'm a tiger, a big tiger, meow, meow. Meow bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Hearing Yan Chuan's explanation, ZZ immediately understood what he meant. With a faint smile, he walked into the room at the side. Soon, he came out with a box. Humph. Meow was still hostile towards ZZ. Meow. I made a mistake just now. In order to apologize to you, I'll give you a little toy. ZZ said with a smile. Little toy. Humph. ZZ said ungratefully. ZZ gently opened the box. Suddenly, a faint red light emerged from the box, emitting a mesmerizing color. In the box, there were 2 red gemstones. The gemstones were emitting a faint red light, which was exceptionally mesmerizing. Supreme-grade spirit stones. Yan Chuan said in surprise. Meow, meow, meow. Meow abandoned her principles in the blink of an eye and smiled as if she was trying to please ZZ. ZZ placed the small box on the stone table at the side and gently stepped back. These are 2 supreme-grade fire spirit stones. I'll give them to you as an apology, okay? ZZ smiled. Meow, meow, Sister ZZ is so beautiful. Meow immediately jumped off Yan Chuan's shoulder and jumped onto the stone table. She looked at the supreme-grade fire spirit stones with a mesmerizing expression. The big hooligan is in luck. Go and marry Sister ZZ. In the future, I'll have supreme-grade fire spirit stones every day. Meow hugged a supreme-grade fire spirit stone and said happily. Chapter 344. Meow was only the size of 2 fists, and a piece of top-grade spirit stone was the size of a fist. Meow was not content and seemed to want to hug the 2 of them together, which was very cute. Meow is so cute. ZZ smiled. Perhaps it was because ZZ was also very friendly to Meow. Yan Chuan stepped forward slightly, and ZZ retreated slightly. However, seeing Yan Chuan's determined eyes, ZZ's eyes moistened. She did not insist and allowed Yan Chuan to come within 2 feet of her. Let's sit by the lake for a while more. Yan Chuan said. Okay. ZZ nodded. The 2 walked back to the dock together. ZZ left a small red comb on the dock. Sitting beside the comb, Yan Chuan followed ZZ's example. He took off his shoes and put his feet in the lake. Sitting on the dock, he slightly stirred the lake water. Seeing Yan Chuan's actions, ZZ was touched. She did not know when it started, but she had hoped that there would be someone who would quietly accompany her like this. In the past, everyone avoided her. Now, there was finally someone who did not avoid her. Her husband. ZZ's eyes were filled with a sense of peaceful satisfaction. Just like Yan Chuan, she took off her shoes and put them in the water. Sitting by the lake, they sat quietly for a while. I heard from Zhujiansheng that you've been living here all these years. You don't go out much? Yan Chuan asked softly. Yes. ZZ nodded. There's no one around here, not even a maid. Don't you feel lonely living here alone? Why don't you live in the downtown area? At least you can see a lot of people. Yan Chuan asked. ZZ bit her lips and was silent for a while. Finally, she shook her head and said, I like being alone. It's quieter. Really? Yan Chuan asked. ZZ was silent and did not say anything. Taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan said softly, don't worry. With me here, you won't be lonely again. Yes. ZZ said softly. The two of them just sat there like that. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. 1,000 words and 10,000 words are not enough to sit together. Just as ZZ was feeling the warmth of his heart. Suddenly, a red light fell from the sky and went straight into the center of the lake. Boom! The center of the lake exploded in all directions. Yes. Yan Chuan's expression changed. Someone was coming to attack. He was about to stand up. It's someone I know. It's fine. ZZ immediately said. Oh. Yan Chuan felt relieved. At the center of the lake, a woman in red was standing there. Her red robe was shaped like a cheongsam, and it wrapped around her voluptuous figure. Her red hair was draped over her shoulders, and her exquisite face revealed a faint heroic spirit. Her clothes fluttered as she stood on the surface of the lake. She looked like a goddess in the water. It was extremely eye-catching. Who are you? Why are you in the Purple Heart Mountain Villa? The red-clothed woman immediately frowned and looked at Yan Chuan. I am ZZ's husband. Who are you? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Husband. Yan Chuan. You are Yan Chuan. The red-clothed woman was slightly surprised. ZZ, is it because of him that you are unwilling to go back with me? The red-clothed woman frowned and looked at ZZ. Let me ask you. Who are you? Yan Chuan asked again. ZZ immediately looked at Yan Chuan and said, her name is Meng Hongying. She is my cousin. Cousin? Meng Hongying. Yan Chuan said in surprise. ZZ has a cousin. Yan Chuan looked at ZZ in surprise. In Yan Chuan's impression, ZZ was the only one. How could she have a cousin? A month ago. I just found out. ZZ smiled bitterly. So it's true. Yan Chuan frowned. It was mentioned in the letter that my father left me. My parents are from the Meng family, but they broke a taboo and were expelled from the family. They are not allowed to use the surname Meng. ZZ said bitterly. Broke a taboo. Expelled from the family. Yan Chuan was surprised. My parents are cousins. Maybe it's retribution. They shouldn't be together, but they got together and gave birth to me. I cursed them to death. ZZ explained bitterly. Chapter 345. Yan Chuan fell silent after hearing ZZ's explanation. ZZ, why are you telling him so much? I'm here to bring you back. Grandfather has forgiven your parents. Moreover, they are dead. Come back with me. Meng Hongying said. Go back. What have you been doing all these years? Yan Chuan's face darkened. If ZZ was alone, it would have been fine. But now, they found out that there was a family behind ZZ. Since there was a family, why did this family ignore ZZ all these years? Me? Us? Do you think it's easy to bring ZZ's parents back? Grandpa has just become the head of the family and obtained the divine throne. If he had brought ZZ's parents back earlier, the elders in the family would have killed them. Grandpa is protecting ZZ's parents, Meng Hongying shouted. Oh. Yan Chuan's face softened. I've been investigating in Carefree City for the past few days. ZZ, you've been wronged all these years. Come back with me. No one will hate you when you're home. Everyone will respect you and you'll have enough power. You can do whatever you want. Meng Hongying persuaded. ZZ shook her head and said, I think it's a good idea. Meng Hongying was stunned. What's so good about being hated by those ignorant people? If it were me, I would have gone crazy. Wait, is it because of him? Meng Hongying turned and looked at Yan Chuan, who was sitting beside ZZ. ZZ remained silent. She did not say anything, but she was sure of it. Meng Hongying stared at Yan Chuan and squinted her eyes. Level 5 Essence Realm. Yan Chuan. Aren't you afraid of death? Meng Hongying asked. Death? Why would I die? Yan Chuan smiled. Don't you know about ZZ's curse? Anyone who dares to come close will be in trouble. Don't you know? Meng Hongying said. ZZ's expression froze and a trace of impatience flashed in her eyes. She then took a deep breath and remained silent, as if she was waiting for Yan Chuan's answer. ZZ is my wife, why can't I get close to her? Aren't I close now? Yan Chuan smiled faintly. Meng Hongying frowned. Indeed, Yan Chuan was right beside ZZ. Humph, let me tell you. You're not worthy of ZZ. Don't you dare. Meng Hongying shouted. But halfway through, ZZ interrupted him. Meng Hongying. ZZ shouted. Meng Hongying was slightly surprised. That's my business. It's none of your business. ZZ said in a low voice. Meng Hongying looked at ZZ anxiously. ZZ, let me tell you, there are no good men in this world. He's just using you. Meng Hongying shouted. Enough. ZZ said angrily. All right, let's not talk about this. I have another question for Yan Chuan. Meng Hongying said anxiously. After all, they were cousins. ZZ did not object this time. Yan Chuan, I know about ZZ's curse. Those who do evil to ZZ will be cursed immediately. Those who do good to ZZ will also be cursed, but it will be weaker and will be delayed for a period of time. You're sitting beside ZZ and I think you're trying to touch her. You're up to no good, Meng Hongying said coldly. So? Yan Chuan smiled faintly. Since you want to be ZZ's husband, do you dare to touch her? If you don't, then you must be up to something. Meng Hongying said coldly. Chapter 346. Meng Hongying. ZZ's eyes flashed with anger. Ulterior motives. ZZ is my wife. What am I after? What do you want from the Meng family? I didn't know anything about the Meng family before today. Besides, ZZ is my wife. Why should I be afraid? Yan Chuan said lightly. As she spoke, she grabbed the red comb at the side and grabbed ZZ's beautiful hair. Don't! ZZ cried out. It doesn't matter. I, Yan Chuan, am blessed with good fortune. I'm not afraid of curses. Let me comb your hair for you. Yan Chuan gently shook his head. Reaching out, Yan Chuan touched ZZ's beautiful purple hair. Grabbing the red comb, Yan Chuan gently combed ZZ's hair. As the comb brushed across her scalp and her hair, ZZ seemed to be stunned. I said it's fine. Yan Chuan smiled. ZZ's eyes immediately moistened. His eyes flashed with an indescribable emotion. How dare you? Meng Hongying was stunned. Rumble. 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 All of a sudden, dark clouds gathered in the sky, rolling over and rumbling above Yan Chuan's head. The massive black cloud instantly covered Worry-Free City in darkness. You came. Here it comes. Endless thunder. Heaven's wrath. Meng Hongying looked at the sky in surprise. For a moment, countless cultivators in Worry-Free City raised their heads to look at the sky. They stared in shock at the dark clouds that suddenly gathered in the sky. What's going on? Was this the heavenly tribulation? Who is transcending the tribulation? What tribulation is this? 49 heavenly tribulations. So big? No, the 59 heavenly tribulation seems to be even greater. My God, how is this possible? All of the Shouja in Carefree City looked at the sky in terror. Who? In all directions of the worry-free city, raging winds blew, as though the end of the world had arrived. Countless people were terrified. Rumble. In the airspace above the worry-free city, a gigantic blue dome suddenly appeared, covering the top of the city, as though it was preparing to block the rolling tribulation clouds. How is that possible? The Carefree City's array automatically defended itself. That means that only those who possess sufficient strength to destroy Worry-Free City would be able to do so. What tribulation is this? It can't be divine retribution, right? Countless Shouja were terrified. The rolling tribulation clouds were filled with a boundless aura of destruction. A large number of cultivators broke into a run in terror, fleeing out of Worry-Free City. It was too terrifying. Such a huge tribulation cloud. Purple Heart Villa. The sky was dark, and a fierce wind blew in the Purple Heart Mountain Villa. Almost everyone was stunned. Meng Hongying could sense that the tribulation clouds were targeting her. Yan Chuan. Were they targeting Yan Chuan? Divine retribution. Meng Hongying was stunned. This is too exaggerated, this cousin is too exaggerated. Divine retribution. Yan Chuan also stared blankly at the sky. It's just a small hairstyle, is there a need to go so far? What kind of stance was this? What kind of stance was this? Why was it so similar to a mortal's tribulation? It was just combing her hair, just a small one. No, get out of the way. ZZ pushed Yan Chuan away in fear. The red comb fell to the ground. ZZ was so frightened that she started crying. She wasn't crying for herself, because she knew that no matter how big the tribulation was, she would be fine. It was because of Yan Chuan. Because Yan Chuan combed her hair, the divine retribution was here. The divine retribution was targeted at Yan Chuan. No. ZZ screamed at the sky. However, the divine retribution didn't stop. It seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, and the dark clouds were getting thicker. The thunder was getting louder and louder, as though the heavens were angry. Chapter 347. No, don't. ZZ said anxiously. Meow. Meow, who was sitting on the stone table not far away, immediately stood up. Meow let go of the supreme grade spirit stone in her hand and looked up at the sky. Meow. Meow. Meow roared at the sky. It was as if she wanted to use her aura to suppress the heavenly punishment, but she did not seem to have any aura at all. Meow. Meow quickly jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder. Meow. Meow. The last meow of the cat suddenly soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds and mist, and instantly rushed into the tribulation clouds. Meow. His meow echoed in the dark clouds. However, it was this cute meow that caused the angry tribulation clouds to slowly stop roaring. Rumble. Meow. 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 Amidst the meow, the raging tribulation clouds strangely retreated. More and more of them retreated. The city defense array of Carefree City also slowly dissipated. Countless cultivators of Carefree City looked up at the sky in confusion. What kind of joke is this? It's gone just like that. It's not the tribulation. Did the heavens recognize the wrong person? The cultivators were conflicted. This was toying with their emotions. The tribulation clouds retreated in the blink of an eye. More and more dark clouds dispersed. Gradually, they completely disappeared. The sky cleared up in the blink of an eye. Occasionally, 2 birds would fly by. It was as if everyone had just had a dream. Purple Heart Villa. As the ones who had experienced it personally, Yan Chuan, Meng Hongying, and ZZ felt it the most. They were about to explode, but a kitten's meow disappeared. Meng Hongying looked at Meow. This kitten. Meng Hongying's face stiffened. You're the kitten. Your whole family are kittens. Meow was angry again. Ugh. Meng Hongying choked on Meow's scolding. Yan Chuan looked at Meow with surprise in his eyes. It was an unexpected surprise. Fighting against the heavens. Where did Meow come from? It's too fierce. Yan Chuan had known that Meow would be extraordinary since he'd picked it up from the Immortal's tomb, but this was too extraordinary. Meow, thank you. I still have 3 top-grade spirit stones in the shop. I'll give them to you together. ZZ said excitedly. Meow. Meow squinted its eyes in excitement. Meng Hongying frowned and said, ZZ, this is Yan Chuan's luck. If you remove the mask, then. ZZ turned its head and looked at Meng Hongying coldly. Meng Hongying stopped talking when she saw the anger in ZZ's eyes. Meng Hongying, I only allowed you to stay because of your bloodline. You've already angered me. If you say anything bad about Yan Chuan again, I'll teach you a lesson. ZZ said coldly. Ah. Meng Hongying's face stiffened. Humph. Meng Hongying snorted at Yan Chuan. She swung her ribbon and flew into the sky. She flew away in the blink of an eye. Mask? Can't I remove the mask? Yan Chuan asked curiously. ZZ shook her head and said, it's not that you can't remove it. The mask is used to suppress the curse. Once you remove it, the curse will be twice as strong. Then. Yan Chuan was interrupted by ZZ before he could say anything. I don't want to remove it. Don't remove it, okay? ZZ asked. Okay. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and nodded. One day, I'll remove the mask for you. Yan Chuan said seriously. Okay. ZZ's eyes flashed with satisfaction. But this time, you came close to me and even combed my hair. Although Meow has solved the heavenly tribulation, there might still be bad luck. There might still be. ZZ said worriedly. Chapter 348. Inside King Yimu's residence. City Lord Zhenghong sent an invitation. King Yimu looked at the golden invitation in his hand in silence. A group of disciples stood in front of him. Master, is this a welcoming banquet for Yan Chuan? Lu Gang smiled. Yes, it's just as you thought. King Yimu nodded. Of course. When I was young, I also used this method. The territory controlled by the Life League is a fat piece of meat. The Triyu sect is trying to force Yan Chuan to give up on this piece of meat. Lu Gang sneered. Force Yan Chuan to give up. Is that possible? Dan Qingzi frowned. Nothing is impossible. Didn't the Triyu sect snatch the city lord's position in a fit of anger? Lu Gang sneered. Then will Yan Chuan give up? Dan Qingzi asked curiously. Probably not. Although I haven't interacted much with Yan Chuan, I know that he's not one to let himself be taken advantage of. Moreover, he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Let's watch them bite each other when the time comes. Lu Gang smiled. King Yimu looked at his new disciple, Lu Gang, with satisfaction. Originally, he only accepted Lu Gang as a disciple to make use of him. After all, Lu Gang's aptitude was too weak. But now, it seemed that this disciple was quite useful. Alright, let's wait and see. King Yimu nodded. Noon of the second day. Yan Chuan brought ZZ, Hua Guang, Lu Jin, Zhujiansheng, and the 7 swordsmen to the center of Carefree City. As for Meow, she was sleeping in the King of Hell's palace. They stood in a huge plaza and looked at the floating island a few hundred feet in the air. The island was surrounded by clouds and mist, making it look like a fairyland. Mountains can float in the air. Lu Jin exclaimed. This is called the floating island. There's only one in Carefree City. It cost a lot to build this island. There are countless arrays on it, and it's also the place with the most yuan qi in Carefree City. It's also the city lord's mansion. Zhu Jiansheng explained. In front of everyone, there was a man leading the way. Everyone, the city lord and the 3 hall masters are already waiting for you at the city lord's mansion. Please go up. The man who led the way said respectfully. Zhu Jiansheng. Yan Chuan said indifferently. Yes, Martial Uncle, don't worry. Zhu Jiansheng immediately shouted. Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen suddenly emitted a powerful aura, which formed a wall of qi under their feet. The qi wall slowly lifted everyone up into the air. Clouds surrounded them as if they were stepping on a cloud. It slowly flew towards the floating island city lord mansion. There were many palaces on the floating island. Laughter could be heard coming from the largest hall of the Ashoka Hall. Ha ha ha, he's here. Yan Chuan doesn't even know how to fly. He still needs Zhu Jiansheng and the others to carry him. Ha ha ha. Play the music, continue, ha ha. Phew. Yan Chuan and the rest finally reached the floating island. Standing on a huge platform, they looked at the surrounding clouds and the splendid palaces. From here, they could overlook the entire Carefree City. The view here is really wide. Huo Guang exclaimed. Yan Chuan slowly walked towards the center of the Ashoka Hall. There were originally many guards around the Ashoka Hall. Each of them was arrogant, as if they were prepared to take Yan Chuan down a notch. However, when Yan Chuan approached, the guards were dumbfounded. This was because there was a lady beside Yan Chuan. A lady that none of the guards dared to offend, Miss C. Why is Miss C here too? Chapter 349. Why didn't anyone tell me that Miss C is coming? That jinx is here. Senior brother, what should we do? Do we still need to block them? Block my ass. Block them if you want. The guards quickly moved aside and looked at ZZ and Yan Chuan in horror. Zhu Jiansheng and the rest were pleased with themselves. When they got closer, they heard the sound of musical instruments coming from Ashoka Hall. Before they even entered, they could see women in gauze dancing. Humph. ZZ snorted. She invited Yan Chuan to a banquet but did not come out to greet him. Instead, she enjoyed herself. It was obvious that she wanted to embarrass Yan Chuan. ZZ was naturally uncomfortable. It's fine. Yan Chuan smiled. Yan Chuan was the first to step into the hall. The rest followed Yan Chuan into the hall. The singing and dancing continued. The people in the hall seemed to not see Yan Chuan and the rest as they were intoxicated by the singing and dancing. Yan Chuan entered the hall and stood there quietly. Then, he took a look at everything in the hall. A man in a luxurious robe sat on the main seat in the north. Behind him stood a few subordinates. The one sitting on the main seat is the mayor, Zheng Hong. ZZ said. There were 2 rows of seats in the hall. There were 2 main seats in each row and a few secondary seats behind them. The one on the upper left is the High Serenity sect leader. The one on the upper right is the Low Serenity sect leader. The one on the lower left. ZZ explained. I know, King Mai. Yan Chuan smiled. The empty seats on the lower right should be ours. ZZ said. Yan Chuan nodded. Yan Chuan looked at the group of people. Everyone in the hall had noticed Yan Chuan as well. However, in order to embarrass Yan Chuan, no one said anything and pretended not to know. Humph. ZZ snorted and stepped forward. Ah! The group of dancers screamed and dodged. The dancers had naturally seen ZZ long ago, but they hadn't received any instructions. Now that they saw ZZ walking over, they naturally turned pale with fright and hurriedly dodged. With this dodge, everyone could no longer keep up the act. Ha ha ha, so it's Day Sex Peak Master Tian. Apologies for not going out to meet you. Forgive me, forgive me. Zheng Hong stood up and said with a smile. Yan Chuan smiled and said, I'll pardon you. Ah. Zheng Hong's face stiffened. Forgive me, I was just being polite. Do you really want to take advantage of me? Pardon me. So Miss Z is here too. Zheng Hong immediately turned his gaze to ZZ. Seeing that Zheng Hong deliberately ignored him again, Yan Chuan also smiled slightly and walked naturally to the empty seat at the side. ZZ followed beside Yan Chuan, while Zhujiansheng and the others walked to the second seat behind Yan Chuan. Ah. Zheng Hong asked for a snub, his expression extremely unsightly. Mayor, since you've invited me, I'll sit. Yan Chuan smiled and looked at Zheng Hong. Sit. Zheng Hong's face darkened. With a wave of his robe, Yan Chuan and ZZ sat in the main seats, while Zhujiansheng and the others sat in the second seat. Zheng Hong took a deep breath and slowly sat down. The faces of the sect leaders of the Yu sect also darkened. Only King Mai, who was sitting opposite Yan Chuan, looked indifferent. He drank his wine with surprise in his eyes. Yan Chuan is really bold and arrogant. Dan Qingzi whispered to his junior brothers. Yes, Master said that he's only at LV5 essence state. Isn't he courting death by provoking the mayor like this? Who asked him to bring Miss Z with him? Who dares to touch him? But I don't know why Miss Z is here. Chapter 350. Whispers could be heard all around. Yan Chuan, may I know why Miss Z is traveling with you? Zheng Hong looked at Yan Chuan and asked. Everyone fell silent. ZZ is my wife. You didn't say on the invitation that I can't bring a family member, did you? Yan Chuan smiled. Everyone's expression changed. Wife? Yan Chuan's wife? How could this be? Everyone looked at Yan Chuan in shock. It was as if they had seen the most ridiculous thing in the world. Who would want this jinx? Ha ha ha, so it's Mrs. Yan. Congratulations. Zheng Hong raised his cup and laughed. ZZ felt a wave of comfort in her heart. After all, Yan Chuan said it in front of so many people. She raised her cup and returned Zheng Hong's toast. Yan Chuan, this is your first visit to Carefree City. It's only right for us 4 temple masters to hold a welcoming feast for you. Come, let's toast to Yan Chuan. Zheng Hong smiled. That's right. Good. The temple masters raised their cups. Yan Chuan smiled and raised his cup. If it's just a welcoming feast, then I, Yan Chuan, thank you very much. With that, everyone ended the toast. I've long heard that the Day Sex Peak Lord Tian is a young hero. During the battle of the demonic Wind Mountain Range, he single-handedly killed 6,000 Life Moon League disciples. Your name has spread far and wide. Zheng Hong laughed. City Lord is too polite. 6,000 elite realm cultivators. If City Lord wanted to kill them, wouldn't he be able to kill them with a flip of his hand? Yan Chuan smiled faintly. I've also heard that the Life Moon League was uprooted by your people. Zheng Hong chuckled. It's just luck. Yan Chuan smiled. Speaking of which, this Carefree City still has 1/6 of the Life Moon League's assets. Now that the Life Moon League has been uprooted, this assets will naturally be divided among the 5 sections. What do you think? Zheng Hong smiled. Sure enough, after 2 cups of wine, the real highlight of the show began. Whether it was King Yi Mu or the temple masters, all of them looked at Yan Chuan with rapt attention. Redistribution. City Lord's idea is good, but it is not easy to divide equally. What about the contracts that the Life Moon League and the city's cultivators made in the past? Yan Chuan said with a smile. Average? Yan Chuan was willing to share that territory. Everyone was overjoyed. Contract. Zheng Hong was slightly surprised. That's right. The duration of the contract is limited, and it's not easy to divide the gains and losses. In a short period of time, it's really hard to divide. I suggest that one sect be in charge first, and this sect be responsible for sorting out everything before dividing the contract. What do you think? Yan Chuan smiled. Overseer of a sect. Who do you think is in charge? Don't tell me it's your Day sect. The sect master of the Shanyo sect said coldly. No, the Day sect isn't good at this. I think it's best for the demon-controlling sect to take charge first. Yan Chuan smiled. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Whoever controls it first will have the advantage. Yan Chuan actually let go of the Life League's territory. King Yi Mu was also stunned. Did this meat pie fall into his lap? What do you think, King Yi Mu? Yan Chuan looked at King Yi Mu with a smile. King Yi Mu took a deep breath. Of course, he had to agree. If he gave a false report, it was very likely that he could take over half of the Life League's territory. In fact, he could even refuse to give it up in the future. King Yi Mu was about to agree. Master, you can't. Lu Gang quickly stepped forward and pulled King Yi Mu back. King Yi Mu looked at Lu Gang with furrowed brows. Yan Chuan also looked at Lu Gang with a slightly surprised expression. Master. Lu Gang shook his head again with a serious expression. King Yi Mu's expression changed. After all, it wasn't easy to spit out a piece of meat that fell into his mouth. He took a few deep breaths and shook his head again. No, I don't have the time to take care of it. King Yi Mu immediately noticed that the gazes of the sect masters around him softened slightly. Softened? King Yi Mu immediately broke out in cold sweat. He had almost lost his mind just now. Since you don't have the time, I think. Zheng Hong was about to say something. Then let the High Serenity sect take care of it for now. Yan Chuan smiled again. Everyone was confused again. What was Yan Chuan planning? Pushing out the Life League's territory? Was he crazy? King Yi Mu also looked at Yan Chuan with a confused expression. Sect Master of the High Serenity sect, what do you think? I'll have to trouble you. Yan Chuan smiled. Okay, no problem. The High Serenity sect master agreed immediately. Zheng Hong and the High Serenity sect master frowned, but they didn't object in the end. After all, the High Serenity sect was on their side. However, they were even more confused as they looked at Yan Chuan. Could it be that Yan Chuan was scared? Chapter 351. The Hall Masters stared blankly at Yan Chuan. They couldn't figure out Yan Chuan's intention. The Life League was uprooted by Yan Chuan. According to the rules of the cultivation world, Yan Chuan had the most authority over the Life League's properties. Previously, they had discussed for a long time how to make Yan Chuan give up the authority over the Life League's properties. But who would have thought that Yan Chuan was such a spendthrift? 1/6 of the Carefree City's tax revenue was enough to nourish a large sect. Give up. Throw it to the High Nether sect. Zheng Hong was originally prepared to launch an attack, but it was as if he had punched cotton. The Day sect is indeed generous. Let's toast to Hall Master Yan. Zheng Hong laughed dryly. Great. Everyone raised their cups again. Yan Chuan smiled faintly and took a sip. Yan Chuan directly revealed the Life League's properties, making Zheng Hong's prepared speech useless. The atmosphere in the hall became awkward. Mayor, this wine seems to be of average quality. Yan Chuan said faintly. Oh. Zheng Hong didn't understand. It's a pity that it's not as good as the wine ZZ brought last time. ZZ, is that wine from your drunken Immortal Inn? Yan Chuan turned to look at ZZ. Yes. ZZ nodded. Yan Chuan looked at Zheng Hong again and said, Mayor, since the matter is out in the open, thank you for your hospitality today. I will also take my leave. Eh. Everyone in the hall was stunned. How long has it been? 2 cups of wine and he's leaving. Yan Chuan is leaving. This banquet is too short. Of course, everyone was still shocked by the fact that Yan Chuan had given up the Life Alliance's property. They hadn't come back to their senses yet. Leave. The sect master of the Low Nether sect suddenly said, the banquet has just begun. If Lord Tianfeng leaves now, wouldn't that be saying that we didn't treat him well? Then what do you want? Yan Chuan smiled. Why don't we get someone to join in the drinking? The sect master of the underworld sect laughed. How? Yan Chuan asked calmly. The sect master of the Serenity sect gave a look to the people behind him. Immediately, a black-robed man walked out. I am Chen Lu, a 3rd-generation disciple of the Serenity sect. I heard that Hall Master Yen killed 6,000 elite realms from the Sun-Moon Alliance. I would like to ask Hall Master Yen for advice. The black-robed man said. Oh. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. He looked at the people around him. Did they send the elite realms to test him? The Hall Masters looked at them calmly and no one stopped them. After all, everyone wanted to know whether Yan Chuan's legend was true or not. Moreover, they could also test how powerful Yan Chuan was. Even if Chen Lu could not defeat him, the Divine Realm warriors could save him. Huo Guang. Yan Chuan smiled faintly. Huo Guang stepped forward. Tianfeng, Day Sect. I am an anonymous outer disciple. Huo Guang said. The Hall Masters frowned but did not say anything. You. Chen Lu said coldly. LV5 of the Elite Realm. Huo Guang. Huo Guang said solemnly. Chen Lu showed a hint of disdain. LV9 of the Elite Realm, Chen Lu. Please. Huo Guang shouted. Come on. Chen Lu said disdainfully. Bang. Huo Guang's aura suddenly surged. Army Destroyer, stabilizing the Central Plains. Huo Guang suddenly thrust his spear. Huo Guang instantly transformed into a gigantic phantom of a ferocious general. An indomitable aura gushed forth. The long spear in his hand was imbued with the might of a heaven-tier cultivation art, capable of stabilizing the Central Plains. Although his cultivation was a little lower, his strength soared to the extreme in an instant. Chen Lu's face changed as if he saw a huge mountain pressing down on him. Chapter 352. Impossible. Chen Lu raised his sword to block the attack. Kill. Huo Guang's murderous aura exploded. Boom. Chen Lu was instantly flung out and slammed into the door of the main hall. Pfft. Chen Lu spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Are you kidding me? Is this LV5 of the profound state? He is only at the early stage of the Qi state. Chen Lu had a lot to say, but he was speechless. Defeated in one move. The faces of all the Hall Masters trembled. They were going to test Yan Chuan and suppress Yan Chuan's arrogance so that he could keep a low profile in the future. You want to challenge my king with such strength? What a disgrace. Huo Guang said without holding back. Bastard, who told you to hurt my disciple? Another black-robed man said coldly. Palace Lord, is this your disciple? Yan Chuan said calmly. The Palace Lord's face darkened. Chen Lu represented the Palace Lord's reputation, but he was humiliated too quickly. Chen Shang, Chen Lu is not as strong as you, don't be rude. The palace lord said. Yes. Chen Shang frowned and nodded. Chen Shang looked at his injured disciple and said, I am Chen Shang, a second-generation disciple of the palace lord. I heard that Palace Lord Yen killed hundreds of Qi state cultivators in the Demon Wind Mountains. I don't believe it and would like to challenge Palace Lord Yen. Humph. Let me. Huoguang said with a cold snort. Chen Shang looked at Huoguang coldly and said, I know your strength. You are close to the Qi state. You are no match for me. I only asked Palace Lord Yen to challenge me, not you. Huoguang said angrily. I'll do it. Zhou Jianxing immediately stood up. I said, I only want to challenge Palace Lord Yen. It has nothing to do with you, Zhou Jianxing. Chen Shang continued. Qi state challenge. I will challenge you. ZZ said angrily. Chen Shang's face froze. Challenge ZZ. What a joke. No, I will only seek guidance from Hall Master Yen. Chen Shang shouted again. ZZ, sit down. Yen Chuan smiled. Okay. ZZ nodded obediently. Looking at the wine in his cup, Yen Chuan sighed softly, this wine tastes really bad. Zheng Hong's face stiffened. He was angry, but he didn't say anything. Now that Chen Shang wanted to test Yen Chuan's strength, he would naturally let him do as he wished. Yen Chuan put down his wine cup and said, Chen Shang, right? You're asking me for advice? Yes. Hall Master Yen, please use your sword. Chen Shang said solemnly. Draw my sword. You should know that I don't like to fight. When I use the Jade Emperor's sword, there must be blood. If I attack, people will die. Yen Chuan said indifferently. Chen Shang's face froze. He looked at the Underworld sect master. Seeing the Underworld sect master nod, he mustered his courage and said, even if I die, Chen Shang has no regrets. Hall Master Yen, please advise me. Ha! Yen Chuan sneered. Hall Master Yen, please advise me. Chen Shang shouted again. Alright, if you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Yen Chuan stood up slowly. Yen Chuan. ZZ said worriedly. No worries. Yen Chuan shook his head. The Underworld sect master clenched his fists. He was testing Yen Chuan. As long as Chen Shang showed signs of being defeated, the Underworld sect master would definitely save him. Yen Chuan walked slowly to the center of the hall and looked at Chen Shang who was at the door. I'm going to draw my sword. Watch carefully. Yen Chuan sneered. Come. Chen Shang said solemnly. Yen Chuan's eyes widened and a fierce aura exploded. The emperors will broke through the gate and rushed towards Chen Shang. In Chen Shang's eyes, he seemed to see a huge golden dragon rushing out from Yen Chuan's eyes. Chapter 353. Ong. The golden dragon roared as its dragon might soared into the sky. Once the emperor golden dragons will appeared, it was as if the heavenly might had rushed into one's mind. Boom. Chen Shang's mind buzzed as his consciousness went blank. Rumble. His mind went blank. Chen Shang was a Qi realm expert, not a strength realm mortal. Although Yen Chuan's will was strong, it couldn't shatter a person's soul like before. At most, it could only stun him for 2 breaths. However, in a battle between experts, these 2 breaths were enough to kill. Who? Yen Chuan stepped forward. Xing. The Jade Emperor's sword instantly cut Chen Shang in half like a puppet. Boom. Chen Shang's body exploded as his organs splattered all over the ground. His blood flowed out as he died a horrible death. Ah! All the experts in the hall were at a loss. How is this possible? Is Chen Shang crazy? Why didn't he dodge? Why didn't he move? I thought Chen Shang would dodge. Is Chen Shang stupid? Chen Shang is dead. Everyone in the hall was confused. Yan Chuan. The sect master of Shio sect stood up and shouted angrily. The sect master of Shio sect wanted to save Chen Shang, but only after the battle. Who would have thought that Chen Shang would die so directly? Yan Chuan ignored the sect master of Shio sect. After all, Chen Shang asked for death in front of everyone. He couldn't blame anyone. However, he died too quickly. ZZ, let's go. The wine here is too disgusting. Let's go to Drunken Immortal Tavern for some good wine. Yan Chuan smiled at ZZ. ZZ nodded and followed Yan Chuan. Once Yan Chuan left, Zhu Jiansheng, Huo Guang, Lu Jin, and the 7 swordsmen naturally followed. They didn't care about the others in Ashoka Hall and left directly. Everyone in the hall was left in silence. Looking at the internal organs scattered all over the ground and Yan Chuan's departing figure, Zheng Hong felt as if Yan Chuan had slapped him in the face and left without a second thought. The banquet ended on a sour note. Zhu Jiansheng and the others used White Cloud to carry Yan Chuan and his group off the floating island and flew to a mountain peak in the distance. Zhu Jiansheng looked back regretfully. Martial uncle, are we just going to hand over the Life Alliance's assets? Zhu Jiansheng asked, feeling a little indignant. That's right, King. Why did you give it to the High Serenity sect? Huo Guang was also confused. Yan Chuan turned his head to look at the floating island and asked with a smile, Huo Guang, what do you think of this floating island? Supreme Highland. Huo Guang said after some thought. In at most 1 or 2 years, we will be living there. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Ah. Zhu Jiansheng was surprised. Don't worry, I don't care about the Life Alliance's assets. Yan Chuan shook his head and said softly. Then what do you want? ZZ asked curiously. I want the entire carefree city. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said indifferently. What? The 3 swordsmen were surprised. Let's go to the Drunken Immortal Inn for a drink. Yan Chuan smiled. Carefree Hall. After sending off King Mu and the others from the demon-controlling sect, the sect master of the Triple Serenity sect fell silent. What do you think? Zheng Hong asked in a low voice. Yan Chuan is a tough nut to crack. Bastard. The sect master of the Triple Serenity sect said coldly. Since we didn't find anything, let's wait and see. There will be plenty of time in the future. The sect master of the Triple Serenity sect said. Zheng Hong nodded. The most important thing now is the heavenly wrath from yesterday. Elder Yu from the Great Winged Heaven School has urged us more than once. Continue to investigate. Zheng Hong said again. Chapter 354. Inside King Yi Mu's residence. King Yi Mu sat in the main seat with his disciples on both sides. Lu Gang, why did you stop Master? Why did you stop Yan Chuan from handing over the Life Alliance's properties? Do you know how much you've caused the demon-controlling sect to suffer? Eldest senior brother Dan Qingzi shouted. Dan Qingzi. King Yi Mu stopped Dan Qingzi and looked at Lu Gang. Lu Gang, speak. King Yi Mu looked at Lu Gang. Disciple instinctively felt that there was danger in this place, but Disciple wasn't sure. Lu Gang said. You stopped Master because you weren't sure? Dan Qingzi asked. Let him speak. King Yi Mu shook his head. Thank you for your trust, Master. On the way back, Disciple realized that this place isn't just dangerous, it's extremely dangerous. Lu Gang said. Oh. The Life Alliance's properties aren't a piece of meat, but a source of disaster. Master, think about it. This piece of meat should have been Yan Chuan's. Now that he's given it to Master, what will the Triyu sect think of it? Will they allow Master to swallow it? Lu Gang asked solemnly. Will the Triyu sect target the demon-controlling sect? That's right, Lu Gang said in a low voice. The Triyu sect is like 3 vicious dogs against the demon-controlling sect. If they really target the demon-controlling sect, the Great River sect will just sit back and watch the tigers fight. Master, what are you thinking? King Yi Mu's pupils shrank. What? Dan Qingzi was confused. Destroy the sect. Lu Gang said. What? That's impossible. Dan Qingzi exclaimed. Why not? The Triyu sect can't get a share of the Life Alliance's properties, but they can get 2 once the demon-controlling sect is destroyed. Why not? Lu Gang sneered. King Yi Mu's face darkened. But Yan Chuan gave this piece of meat to the Triyu sect. Dan Qingzi said with a frown. No, not the Triyu sect, but the Shanyo sect. Although the Triyu sect has a close relationship, they are still 3 sections. Senior brother, didn't you see what happened in the main hall today? Yan Chuan gave the benefits to the High Nether sect, but ruthlessly slapped the faces of the Nether sect and the Central Nether sect. Lu Gang said solemnly. Why is that? Dan Qingzi frowned. Sowing discord within the Triyu sect. We'll split into 3 sects. King Wild narrowed his eyes. Master is wise. Lu Gang immediately said. There was a heavy silence in the hall. Thinking of all this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. What is Yan Chuan trying to do? Dan Qingzi asked with an ugly expression. I don't know either. However, it's best for us to bide our time and not fight for it. Let's see what they do. Lu Gang said in a low voice. This Yan Chuan isn't simple. King Yi Mu said in a low voice. Also, eldest senior brother, 3rd senior brother, it's best for you to forget the grudge between you and Yan Chuan. Although the Dai sect doesn't have many disciples, that's only because of Yan Tao's death. The Dai sect still has many high-ranking disciples. Our demon-controlling sect can't compare to the Dai sect or the Triyu sect, so we're the weakest. Now that the Dai sect and the Triyu sect are fighting, it's best for us to bide our time. Lu Gang said solemnly. Dan Qingzi and 3rd senior brother raised their eyebrows. That's right. If the 2 of you can't control yourselves, return to the sect first. King Yi Mu said in a low voice. Yes, Master, don't worry. We will definitely control ourselves. Dan Qingzi immediately said. Chapter 355. Carefree City. On the bustling streets. Large numbers of cultivators came and went. Here, all the cultivators walked on the ground, abiding by the rules of Carefree City. In the middle of the bustling streets, there was a huge 5-story restaurant. It was the famous Drunken Immortal restaurant. Yan Chuan and ZZ sat on the 5th floor, enjoying the scenery of the streets and the hustle and bustle of the main hall downstairs. Some rogue cultivators sat together, chatting and singing. It was a place of great joy. Not far away, Huo Guang and the rest were sitting. Yan Chuan and ZZ sat opposite each other. There were 10 jugs of fine wine on the table. ZZ poured a cup for Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan tasted them one by one. This wine is not bad. It tastes sweet, but there is a faint bitterness in the aftertaste. What is it called? Yan Chuan put down a cup. This is called Yearning Tears. ZZ explained. Yearning Tears. Yearning is sweet, yearning is bitter. What a good Yearning Tears. Yan Chuan nodded. How does Martial Uncle know everything? I have been drinking for so long, why can't I feel the faint bitterness? Zhujiansheng rubbed his nose and said bitterly. Martial Uncle is a person with good taste. Senior brother, you are drinking like a bull. Zhujiansheng is just a person who drinks a lot. He doesn't know wine. The three swordsmen interrupted. I don't know wine. Zhujian Sheng glared. The two brothers started to play. While Yan Chuan was tasting the wine, there were sounds of whistling coming from downstairs. You guys don't know how powerful that pig demon was. We were about to be finished, but suddenly, there was a release of arrows. 1,000 shooting sun arrows killed the pig demon instantly. Too beautiful. We have heard of so many scams. You guys got lucky. However, you haven't told us who helped you. Humph. You guys definitely didn't expect him to be Blood Demon. Blood Demon Yan Chuan. Do you guys know? The ferocious person who killed 6,000 alone in Demon Wind Mountain Range. Hearing the whistling from downstairs, Yan Chuan was slightly taken aback. He lowered his head and saw the mercenaries he had met on the way to Carefree City. The leader of the mercenaries, Mu Qianli, laughed as he drank his wine. He stared at his subordinates and continued to brag. Yan Chuan's expression changed slightly. He looked down and said to Huguang, invite Mu Qianli up. Yes. Huguang quickly went downstairs. Everyone didn't understand what Yan Chuan meant, but they didn't ask. Soon, the answer was revealed. Soon, Mu Qianli walked upstairs cautiously. He saw ZZ at a glance. Ah! Mu Qianli exclaimed. When he was suddenly invited up by Huguang, Mu Qianli knew that it was Yan Chuan. He didn't know how to face him, but when he suddenly saw the jinx ZZ, he immediately panicked. Greetings to Senior and Miss Z. Mu Qianli said immediately. Don't be so reserved, just stand there. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Yes, thank you, Senior. Mu Qianli stood 20 feet away. Senior, may I know what instructions do you have for me? Mu Qianli asked immediately. I heard you say that you can earn 50 inferior grade spirit stones in a month by risking your life. Yan Chuan asked. Yes. Then, how is this number among the mercenaries? Yan Chuan asked with a smile. Hearing this, Mu Qianli immediately revealed a proud expression. Senior, I'm not bragging, but my number is definitely one of the best among all the mercenaries. Many cultivators can't even earn spirit stones in a month and will even lose a lot. Oh. Yan Chuan smiled. Hee, of course. It's just that we are small itinerant cultivators and can't be compared to the Dai sect. Mu Qianli said humbly. Chapter 356. Hee, if I give you 1 mid-grade spirit stone a month to hire you, would you be willing? Yan Chuan smiled. 1 mid-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Senior, are you joking? Mu Qianli was surprised. I'm not joking. Would you be willing? Yan Chuan asked. Yes, of course. Mu Qianli said excitedly. However, Senior, I still have a few dozen brothers to eat with us. Can they? Mu Qianli said with anticipation. Looking at Mu Qianli, Yan Chuan smiled and said, how can a few dozen be enough? Ah. Then how many do you want? Mu Qianli was slightly stunned. At least tens of thousands. Yan Chuan smiled and said. Ah. Mu Qianli was surprised. It was as if he didn't believe Yan Chuan. Not only Mu Qianli, but Zhujian Sheng and the rest also looked at Yan Chuan in confusion. What kind of joke was this? Tens of thousands. Dai sect originally only had 4,000 people, and Tianfeng added 3,000 at one go. Now, he wanted to add tens of thousands. I'm serious. I'll have to trouble you with something. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Senior, please speak. Mu Qianli immediately said. Help me inform all the mercenary groups in the city that King of Hell's Palace is recruiting. The more, the better. Ordinary soldiers will be paid 1 mid-grade spirit stone a month. Promotion by 1 rank will be paid 10 times. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Ah. Really? Mu Qianli was shocked. Promotion by 1 rank would be paid 10 times. Wouldn't that be 10 mid-grade spirit stones? If he wanted to be promoted, wouldn't it be 1 high-grade spirit stone? Mu Qianli's breathing was a little hurried. Lu Jin, give him 1 high-grade spirit stone for operation. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Lu Jin immediately took out a high-grade spirit stone. Mu Qianli held the spirit stone in disbelief. King of Hell's Palace, where is King of Hell's Palace? Mu Qianli asked. It's Carefree City, the original Day Hall. Lu Jin explained. Oh. Mu Qianli immediately nodded. 3 days later, the King of Hell's Palace will be recruiting mercenaries. The minimum requirement is 2 years. There are so many people in Carefree City. If you recruit 10,000 people, you will be rewarded with a high-grade spirit stone. If you recruit 20,000 people, you will be given double the reward. If you recruit 30,000, you will be given double the reward. And so on and so forth. Yan Chuan laughed. Yes. Thank you senior, thank you senior. Mu Qianli said excitedly. Mu Qianli had an account in his heart. 1 high-grade spirit stone for 10,000 people. If he were to recruit 50,000 people, wouldn't that be 16 high-grade spirit stones? That was an astronomical figure that he didn't even dare to imagine in the past. Go. Yes. Senior, don't worry. 3 days later, at the King of Hell's Palace, I will definitely summon over half of the mercenaries in the city. Mu Qianli excitedly retreated. The moment Mu Qianli left, everyone started shouting. Martial uncle, what do you mean by this? That's right, martial uncle. Why do you want to recruit tens of thousands of people? No matter how big your family is, it won't be enough. That's right. My king, why do you want to recruit so many people? Huo Guang didn't understand. It's time to recruit. Tens of thousands of people. Is that a lot? Yan Chuan smiled faintly. Tens of thousands of people. Was that a lot? The faces of Zhu Jiansheng and the rest turned black. What a joke. This wasn't a lot. Do you have enough spirit stones? I still have some. ZZ immediately said. Looking at ZZ, Yan Chuan smiled and nodded. Seeing Yan Chuan nodding, a smile flashed across ZZ's eyes. If Yan Chuan didn't want it, ZZ would feel uncomfortable in her heart. Huo Guang, the newly recruited soldiers will fill up the First Legion. Do you understand? Yan Chuan said faintly. Yes, my king, don't worry. 3,000 people and 30,000 people were 2 completely different concepts. An army of tens of thousands of cultivators. Huo Guang's heart was surging with excitement just thinking about it. Chapter 357. Day Sect, Main Peak, Great River Hall. The great swordsman rushed back to meet Feng Tairan and the 3 peak masters. At this moment, the hall was silent. How many days has it been? This Yan Chuan is too troublesome. Gao Bufan said with a strange expression. Recruiting? Tens of thousands of people. Feng Tianyu also had a strange expression. Mo Wuhui did not say anything. Feng Tairan frowned. Sect Master, this is what happened. Although this is Martial Uncle's matter, the commotion this time is too big. Therefore, I came back to report it. As for the details, Sect Master should decide personally. The great swordsman said respectfully. Sect Master. Everyone looked at Feng Tairan. Feng Tairan took a deep breath and said, my injuries are almost healed. Let me handle this matter. Yes. The 3 peak masters nodded. Let's go. I'll go with you to Carefree City. Foam Tyrant smiled bitterly. Carefree City, King Mai's residence. Master, the news has spread throughout Carefree City. King of Hell's Palace is recruiting mercenaries. Dan Qingzi frowned. What a huge commotion. Lu Gang frowned. King Mai looked at Lu Gang. Master, I only guessed that Yan Chuan would play some tricks. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge commotion? Recruiting mercenaries. What is he trying to do? Lu Gang was puzzled. Second brother, fourth brother, go take a look. King Mai said to the other two disciples. Yes, master. The two of them immediately left the hall. Carefree City, King of Hell's Palace. At the foot of the mountain, a large number of cultivators gathered. Why can't I? Why does it have to be 2 years? Move aside, don't block the way, move aside. We still have to sign up, move aside. A large number of mercenaries signed up. Lu Jin led 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army and screened the large number of cultivators who signed up. On the mountain, King of Hell's Palace. Only Yan Chuan and Hua Guang were in the hall. Your Majesty, it's already the 5th day. As of today, we've already recruited 35,000 people. Hua Guang said excitedly. Hua Guang was certain that he was the most accomplished person in the history of the Hua family. Tomorrow is the last day. We can probably reach 40,000 people. Yan Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Yes, almost all of these mercenaries are in the Essence realm. The highest among them is at LV9. Hua Guang said. So, from now on, you have to work even harder. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty, please rest assured. Hua Guang said solemnly. Do you know how to deal with these people? Yan Chuan asked. Hua Guang nodded. This subject understands. I will break up the small groups and reorganize them. Yan Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Your Majesty, do you have any orders for the recruitment of 40,000 people? Hua Guang asked. Reorganize the First Legion. In 3 days, we will leave the city and head for the Demon Wind Mountain Range. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Demon Wind Mountain Range. Yao Tianshang cleansed the Demon Wind Mountain Range once and took away all the Emptiness Realm monsters and more than half of the Immortal Realm monster kings. With an army of 40,000 people, they will be able to do whatever they want. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. I will give you 1 year. In 1 year, these rogue cultivators will be trained well. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. 1 year. Don't worry, Your Majesty. In 1 year, there will be strict military discipline. I will maintain the morale of the soldiers. Hua Guang said with certainty. In 1 year, I will have great use for you. Don't disappoint me. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 358. Yes. I will train in the Devilish Wind Mountain Range for a year. At the same time, I promise that I will reach the Qi state in a year. I will not disappoint my king. Hua Guang said confidently. You have the army-breaking will. You will be able to reach the Qi state if you lead 40,000 soldiers to kill monsters in the Devilish Wind Mountain Range. Work hard. Our journey has just begun. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Yes. By the way, you can kill and eat all monsters except for the tiger tribe. Yan Chuan said after thinking for a while. Hua Guang thought about Miao and immediately understood. I will pay attention. Hua Guang nodded. Go and familiarize yourself with the First Legion. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Okay. Hua Guang nodded and left the hall. 3 days later, outside the King of Hell's palace. Yan Chuan stood on top of the mountain and looked down at the 40,000 soldiers. After 3 days of reorganization, the 40,000 soldiers were starting to take shape. Behind Yan Chuan stood Lu Jin, the 7 swordsmen, Zhu Jiansheng, Feng Tairan, and Duan Sanshu. Looking down at the 40,000 soldiers, except for Lu Jin, they all had a bitter look on their faces. "How dare you?" Feng Tairan said with a bitter smile. Yan Chuan smiled and turned to Duan Sanshu. "Duan Sanshu, are your injuries better?" Yan Chuan asked. "Almost. Thanks to you last time in the Devilish Wind Mountain Range." Duan Sanshu said with a smile. "There is something I need your help with." Yan Chuan said. "Oh. Go ahead." Duan Sanshu said immediately. Duan Sanshu did not decline the favor of saving his life. "I want you to protect Huguang for a year." Yan Chuan said with a smile. "A year? They are going to the Devilish Wind Mountain Range." Yan Chuan said with a smile. "Demon Wind Mountain Range again?" Duan Sanshu's expression changed slightly. You don't usually have to do anything. In fact, the strongest experts in the Demon Wind Mountain Range are only a few at the godly realm. You just have to protect Huguang." Yan Chuan said with certainty. "All right." Duan Sanshu nodded. After saying this, Duan Sanshu flew down the mountain. Yan Chuan lightly waved his hand downward. Below him, the 1st Legion commander Huguang immediately accepted the order, "All troops, follow me out of the city." Roar! The army of 40,000 roared in response. Rumble! Rumble! The 40,000-strong army marched out of the King of Hell's palace and into the city, heading out of the city. Wherever they passed, they turned into smoke and rolled away. On this day, the entire city was alarmed by Yan Chuan's extravagance. Everyone stopped what they were doing and observed this strange army of 40,000. Yan Chuan is crazy. He recruited so many mercenaries. Yeah, it won't be long before Yan Chuan is eaten up. 40,000 troops, 40,000 mouths. Where are they going? How would I know? While the cultivators were discussing, King Yimu, Zheng Hong, and the others waited in silence. No one could see through Yan Chuan's plan. What was the use of these low-level cultivators? An army? In the eyes of the godly realm experts, an army was the most useless thing. With their godly realm cultivation, they could take the head of a general in an army of 10,000. Once the leader died, the army would scatter. What was the point? Yan Chuan stood in front of the King of Hell's palace, watching the 1st Legion leave. The 1st army was officially formed. Yan Chuan, 40,000 troops. That's thousands of high-grade spirit stones a year. Can you afford it? Feng Tairan smiled bitterly. That's why I came to you. But before that, I want to ask you for a few more people. Yan Chuan smiled. Oh. Great swordsman, 2nd swordsman. It's the 2 of them. Yan Chuan laughed. What orders do you have for us? Great swordsman asked curiously. Yes, martial uncle. If you have any orders, just say it. We will do it. 2nd swordsman said immediately. What is it? Feng Tairan asked curiously. Lu Jin is going to the mortal world soon. She is going to my Yen state to bring some things back. Great swordsman and 2nd swordsman will go with her to protect someone for me. It might take a few years. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. A few years? Great swordsman was surprised. Of course, if you are tired of it, you can ask other swordsmen to do it. But you must make sure that he has 2 Qi Jing cultivators protecting him. If you go to protect that person, the Day sect will give you 5 times more spirit stones. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. 5 times more spirit stones. 2nd swordsman was surprised. 5 times, martial uncle. Why don't I go? 3 swordsmen suddenly smiled. Yes, I will go. 5 times more. 4 swordsmen immediately shouted. He, great swordsman and second swordsman are more calm and can endure loneliness. That's why I asked them. Yan Chuan shook his head. Who? Feng Tairan was puzzled. One of my officials. His name is Feng. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Feng Tairan looked at great swordsman and second swordsman. Sect leader, martial uncle, don't worry. We will not let him get hurt. The two said with certainty. Okay. Yan Chuan nodded. Feng Tairan naturally had no objections. Since that's the case, Lu Jin, go buy some things and prepare to leave. Yan Chuan said to Lu Jin. Yes, King. Don't worry. Lu Jin said respectfully. Both of you, please follow me. There are many things in Carefree City that I need your help to buy. Lu Jin smiled at great swordsman and second swordsman. Okay. The two followed Lu Jin and left. Martial uncle, what about us? Is there anything that we can help with? Zhujiansheng asked. Although they didn't know what Yan Chuan was up to, Zhujiansheng and the others could feel that Yan Chuan was planning something. We will be busy from now on. Rest well. I will call you when the time comes. Yan Chuan smiled. You can leave first. I have something to say to Yan Chuan. Feng Tairan said lightly. Yes. Everyone nodded. Speak, what do you want to do? Feng Tairan asked. Standing in the square in front of the King of Hell's Hall, Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said, What do you think of Carefree City? Oh. Feng Tairan's eyes narrowed as if he had guessed something. Yan Chuan smiled faintly. That year, your father said that he would think of a way to completely control Carefree City. What a pity. Do you also want to? Feng Tairan said solemnly. Why not? Yan Chuan smiled. Feng Tairan looked at Yan Chuan and shook his head, it's not enough. Your 40,000 soldiers are useless. This Carefree City isn't that easy to take. The 4 major sects will never give it up. Give it up? Who needs them to give it up? Yan Chuan sneered. Oh. The 3 Serenities sect forced my father to his death. I want to uproot the 3 Serenities sect. Yan Chuan said coldly. What? Feng Tairan was shocked. Impossible. The 3 Serenities sect is stronger than my Day sect at its peak. How can it be uprooted? Feng Tairan couldn't believe it. Who says I can't? Yan Chuan smiled coldly. Chapter 359. King of Hell's Hall. At a stone table in front of the hall. Yan Chuan invited Feng Tairan to sit down and explained his plan in detail. Originally, there were 6 great sects in the worry-free city. My Great River sect used to be the biggest sect. Even now, we still have 13 godly realm experts in our first generation. However, most of them are wandering outside. In the vicinity of the Great River sect, there are only me, the 3 peak masters, and Duan Sanshu. Only 5 people. Feng Tairan said. I understand, Day sect only has 5 immortal realm experts, what about the others? Yan Chuan poured a cup of wine and asked with a smile. 3 Serenities sect has 5 immortal realm experts each, and all of them are in their own sects, 15 in total. While Imperial Monster sect has 4 immortal realm experts, how can my Day sect uproot them? Feng Tairan was confused. That's why I came to you, they have 19 immortal realm experts. Why don't you separate them? Yan Chuan laughed. Oh. I've studied the Day sect's defensive formation, why not put it in Carefree City? Yan Chuan laughed. Put it here. How can that be? That's my Day sect's most sensitive secret, even in the sect, it's not fully opened, how can we set it up here? Once the other 4 sects figure it out, my Day sect's last line of defense will be gone. Feng Tairan shook his head. Ha ha ha, no, the last line of defense? Why do we need to defend? Uproot these sects, what else do we need to defend against? Moreover, the best defense is not these formations, but strength. With strength, who would dare to invade? Yan Chuan said solemnly. Feng Tairan's eyes narrowed. He looked pensive. Day sect's defensive formation covers Carefree City. Not only us, you also need to persuade the other 4 sects to set up their strongest formations above Carefree City. Let Carefree City have the strongest defense. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Why is that? Feng Tairan was puzzled. The strongest defense is not only for external defense, but also for internal defense. When the time is right, we will surround the city and kill all the heroes. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. You want to use Carefree City to trap and kill them? Feng Tairan asked in surprise. That's right. Yan Chuan said solemnly. But. Feng Tairan frowned. Don't worry, I've already buried the catalyst. When the time comes, it will draw out all the Divine Realm experts. Yan Chuan said with a smile. You're really crazy. Feng Tairan said with a complicated expression. Oh. But, I like it, ha ha ha. Feng Tairan suddenly laughed. Yan Chuan's expression relaxed slightly. I know. Since you said that, you must have a plan. Tell me, what do you want to do? Feng Tairan said with a smile. The time will be about a year from now. Therefore, the first thing to do is to send the disciples of the sect to secretly recall all the first-generation disciples. We have to go secretly. Yan Chuan laughed. There are still 8 first-generation disciples outside, but we might not be able to recall all of them. I don't know where some first-generation disciples have gone. Feng Tairan said with a frown. Bring back as many as you can. When the time comes, say that the sect's survival is at stake and they must return. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Feng Tairan nodded. The second thing is, contact the sect leaders of the various sects and set up a formation for Carefree City. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Set up a formation. What's the reason? A few days ago, thunder rumbled in Carefree City, and the heavenly punishment almost fell. This is the reason. In order to better protect Carefree City, this excuse is enough. Yan Chuan said confidently. But they can't be as selfless as me. They can't possibly set up all their defensive formations. Feng Tairan said after some thought. Chapter 360. Isn't that better? Yan Chuan smiled. You're right. Ha 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 ha. Feng Tairan laughed. But when the time comes, even with the formation, the Day sect will have a hard time. Compared to the 4 sects, we're still far behind. Feng Tairan said in a deep voice. Far behind? Hee, don't worry. I'll find a way. Yan Chuan smiled. Oh. Feng Tairan asked curiously. Well, we'll know in a few days. We'll see. Yan Chuan said. Feng Tairan nodded. Also, the spiritual stones from the Life League are only enough to support the 40,000 troops for a few months. I'm recruiting for 2 years. The rest of the spiritual stones will be collected from the Day sect. Yan Chuan smiled. I knew you were waiting here. 40,000 troops and 400 upper spiritual stones a month. This number is too terrifying. Why did you think of recruiting so many troops? Feng Tairan frowned. I have my own uses. Moreover, I think it's too little. Yan Chuan shook his head. Too little. Feng Tairan was speechless. Don't worry. After a year, Carefree City will be ours. By then, the spiritual stones won't be so tight. Yan Chuan said. Feng Tairan was speechless. All right, I'll give you the spiritual stones. Feng Tairan nodded. Sect leader, you're so generous. Let me toast you. Yan Chuan raised his cup and smiled. Feng Tairan smiled bitterly and drank with Yan Chuan. It's not that I'm generous. I think highly of you. Feng Tairan smiled. Oh. I understand. The strength of a sect doesn't just depend on experts. It also depends on people with great courage. Although you're young, I can see great courage in you. Even your father can't compare to you. I believe in you. When you reach the immortal state, I'll pass the position of sect leader to you. Feng Tairan said solemnly. Pass it on to me. Yan Chuan was slightly surprised. Wasn't it a little too early to say that? Yes, I'll pass it on to you. I don't know why you've recruited so many soldiers, but I know you must have a plan. Your vision is further than mine. The Day sect will only flourish in your hands. I'll protect it for you. Feng Tairan said solemnly. Yan Chuan looked at Feng Tairan and fell silent. In the end, he nodded. The two of them no longer spoke. Instead, they sat in front of the Yama Palace, surveying the entire worry-free city, Beijing, Xinglua Villa. The valley within the valley. Grandpa, demonic beasts, so many demonic beasts. Yi Lin shouted excitedly. Yi Feng smiled and said, take these things and leave first. Don't disturb me. Oh, okay. Yi Lin retreated excitedly. There were only Yi Feng and Lu Jin in the gazebo by the lake. Lu Jin looked at a chessboard in the pavilion. Is this the first chessboard that the king played? Lu Jin asked curiously. That's right. These days, I've been studying this chessboard whenever I have free time. The king's chessboard is filled with the aura of a sovereign. Incredible! Yi Feng exclaimed. The Grand Preceptor must have been working hard these days. Lu Jin said with a smile. It's just some trivial matters on my side. How have you been, King? Yi Feng asked. Of course. The king has already taken root in the cultivation world, and his name has shaken the entire cultivation world. The battle at the Demon Wind Mountain Range. Lu Jin didn't hide anything and gave a rough summary of what had happened these days. The world of cultivators is really colorful. Yi Feng exclaimed. Yeah. The king's first army now has an army of 40,000 cultivators. These days are really like a dream. Lu Jin said with a smile. Chapter 361. Does the king have any orders? Yi Feng frowned slightly. This time, I've purchased a large amount of cultivation manuals, pills, and artifacts from Carefree City. King said that you'll be in charge of everything. If possible, it's fine to spread the cultivation manuals to everyone. Lu Jin said solemnly. Cultivate the entire population. Yi Feng's expression changed. Yes. As for how to spread it and how to control it, it is still up to you to decide. The king said that in a few years, he will return to establish a country. So that you can be mentally prepared. Lu Jin said solemnly. Then, when will the First Legion return? Yi Feng asked solemnly. First Legion. The First Legion will not return unless after the establishment of the country. Lu Jin said. Yi Feng nodded and his expression relaxed slightly. Why? Is there a difference? Lu Jin asked curiously. Here in the mortal world, there are 3 countries that are at war. If the First Legion intervenes, there is no need for me to arrange anything. They can quickly wipe out the 3 countries. However, the king did not do so. I understand the king's intention. Yi Feng laughed. What does that mean? Lu Jin did not understand. The king is broad-minded and far-sighted. No matter how strong an army is, it is only an army. The king is starting to cultivate a second army. Yifeng smiled. Oh. Lu Jin's eyes lit up. Oh right, what are the two cultivators that followed me here for? Yifeng asked. They are the great swordsman and second swordsman that I mentioned before. The king specially sent them to ensure your safety and protect you. Lu Jin said solemnly. Yifeng took a deep breath and bowed slightly to the north. Thank you, king. Oh right, the king has a mission for you. Lu Jin thought for a moment and said. Oh. The former consecrator of Jing country, Lu Gang. The king wants you to quickly gather all the information about him in the mortal world. Lu Jin thought for a moment and said. Okay. Carefree City, City Lord Mansion. Feng Tairan and the 4 palace lords gathered. If that's the case, then this old man will make preparations first. Feng Tairan said to everyone. Yes. Everyone nodded. Feng Tairan stepped out of Ashoka Hall and flew into the distance. Zheng Hong, King Mai, Sect Master Shangyo, and Sect Master Shio all looked at Feng Tairan with furrowed brows. Is the Dai sect really willing to make the mountain guarding formation public? Sect Master Xiao asked in confusion. What do you think, King Yi? Zheng Hong looked at King Yi. King Yi fell silent for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, since Feng Tairan has spoken, then he must be telling the truth. However, I wonder how much of the Dai sect's defensive formation he will provide. Humph, my Xianyu sect definitely won't take it all out. The Xianyu sect master said coldly. It's fine as long as you know what you're doing. King Yi Mu smiled faintly, unwilling to speak any further. Everyone fell silent. Everyone, I'll be leaving as well. Farewell. King Yi Mu said with a smile. With that, King Wild Mu turned around and left. Only the sect master of the Triyu sect was left. Is there still no sign of the heavenly phenomenon? Zheng Hong asked solemnly. Elder Yu wants to know, but so do we. We just don't have any leads. Sect Master Shangyo said solemnly. Yeah, there's no news at all. Sect Master Xiao shook his head. By the way, isn't it time to divide the Life League's assets? Sect Master Xiao asked again. Sect Master Shangyo frowned and said, I'm not done yet. Let's wait a little longer. Wait? Wait for what? You're not thinking of taking it all for yourself, are you? Sect Master Xiao's face darkened. What do you mean by taking it all for myself? I'm in charge of the statistics now. Of course I have to be responsible for everyone. Sect Master Shangyo's expression changed. You. Sect Master Xiao's expression changed. Zheng Hong's expression also darkened. Alright, I'm going back first. I'll inform you when I'm done. Sect Master Shangyo said solemnly. Chapter 362. Carefree City, Purple Heart Villa. Feng Tairan gathered a large number of Dai sect disciples and began to set up a formation in Carefree City. Yan Chuan went to Purple Heart's place to relax and enjoy some wine. Is there anything I can help you with? Purple Heart asked softly. There's no need. Although it's a little complicated, I'm confident. Yan Chuan smiled. No, I know it's not that easy. If there's anything I can do, let me do it. Purple Heart shook her head. Looking at Purple Heart's resolute gaze, Yan Chuan's expression softened. All right. Yan Chuan put down his wine cup and nodded. Purple Heart's eyes lit up. What do I have to do? Let me comb your hair for you again. Yan Chuan smiled faintly. Ah. No. Purple Heart cried out. Comb her hair. Purple Heart was almost scared to death the last time. Don't worry, there's Meow. Yan Chuan smiled. Meow. Meow, who was lying in a pile of spirit stones not far away, let out a puzzled cry. No, it's too dangerous. Purple Heart said worriedly. Meow's head popped out from the pile of spirit stones happily. Big Hooligan, are you going to violate Sister Purple Heart again? Meow asked curiously. Yan Chuan's face darkened, and Purple Heart's face turned red. Don't worry, if it's just a simple comb, I can stop the divine punishment. If it's more, I won't be able to stop it. Meow shook her head. What more? If you say more, I won't give you any more spirit stones. I'm going to take back the spirit stones you're lying on. Purple Heart cried out with a red face. Meow, Meow didn't say anything. Meow. Meow plunged into the pile of spirit stones again. Yan Chuan looked at Meow Meow in the pile of spirit stones with a strange look on his face. Yan Chuan realized that the little cat he had picked up was not only good at acting cute, it was also evil. Where did such a good kitten come from? King Mai's residence. In front of King Yi stood a group of disciples, each of them holding an invitation card. King Yi Mu was at a loss when he saw the invitation. Master, whose invitation card is it? Dan Qingzi asked curiously. King Yi Mu handed the invitation over. The disciples passed it around to take a look. Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's invitation? Dan Qingzi said in surprise. The location of the visit is actually within the demon-controlling sect. Lu Gang said with a frown. Master, since Yan Chuan wants to pay a visit, why didn't he come here directly? Why did he go to my demon-controlling sect outside the city? Dan Qingzi asked in confusion. I don't know. King Yi Mu replied solemnly. Dan Qingzi thought for a moment and said, could it be to trick Master and then destroy this place? There's no need for that. There's no point in destroying it. Although this palace is big, it's just a decoration. It's not worth going to such great lengths. Lu Gang thought about it and said. Lu Gang, what do you think? King Yi Mu asked. Master, I think that Yan Chuan's invitation card is very polite. We should meet him. However, eldest senior brother is right. We have to be careful here. If possible, we should invite a Divine Realm martial uncle to oversee the situation. We'll return to the demon-controlling sect and wait for Yan Chuan. We'll see what he's up to. Lu Gang said in a low voice. Maybe he'll bring 40,000 soldiers to the demon-controlling sect. King Yi Mu's face darkened. No way. Everyone's expression changed. Lu Gang and Dan Qingzi will return with me in 5 days. The rest of you will stay here and pretend that you know nothing. King Yi Mu said in a low voice. Yes. 5 days later. Amidst countless rivers, there was a mountain range shrouded in mist. Chapter 363. A large number of cultivators were gathered around as if they were waiting for something. There was a giant monument at the southern entrance of the mountain with the words, Demon-Controlling Sect, written on it. In a forest south of the Demon-Controlling Sect. Yan Chuan, ZZ, Feng Tairan, and Lu Jin stood there. Meow was lying on Yan Chuan's shoulder. Are you really going in alone? Feng Tairan asked with a complicated expression. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yan Chuan smiled. But ZZ was worried. Don't worry, I'll definitely come out. I'll comb your hair for you. Yan Chuan smiled. ZZ nodded and said seriously, if anything happens to you, I won't let the demon-controlling sect off easy. Don't worry. Yan Chuan smiled and walked toward the demon-controlling sect. When they were close, Yan Chuan slowed down with the Jade Emperor sword on his back and Meow on his shoulder. They slowly walked toward the demon-controlling sect's entrance. In the main hall of the demon-controlling sect. In the main hall, King Yi Mu was in the lead, followed by 2 old men in Taoist robes on his left and right. Behind them were the disciples of the demon-controlling sect. Senior brother, how many people will Yan Chuan bring? An old man in a Taoist robe asked. I'm not sure. Thank you for your hard work, junior brothers. King Yi Mu smiled. It's my duty. After the battle at the Taoist Wind Mountain Range, we have to take Yan Chuan seriously. Besides, he has the support of the Dai sect and 40,000 soldiers. Sigh. The old man in a Taoist robe said. Who would have thought that Yan Tao's son is so powerful? How dare he make the entire sect wait for him? The other old man in a Taoist robe smiled bitterly. King Yi Mu also smiled bitterly. Indeed, 3 immortal state and a group of Qi state cultivators from the demon-controlling sect were waiting for Yan Chuan here. Report, sect leader, Yan Chuan is here. A disciple of the demon-controlling sect ran over and shouted. He's here. How many people? King Yi Mu asked immediately. 1, just him. That demon-controlling sect disciple reported. What? Just one person? An old man in a Taoist robe asked with a stiff expression. The atmosphere in the hall was strange. One person. Come alone. Everyone was at a loss for words. Let him in. King Yi ordered in a deep voice. Yes. After the reporting disciple left, the hall fell into silence again. Alone? That shouldn't be the case. The deity realm old man muttered. In front of the demon-controlling sect. Hallmaster Yan, please. A disciple leading the way said respectfully. Even though they knew that Yan Chuan was only at the essence realm, no one dared to underestimate him. He was a terrifying blood devil who had killed 6,000 essence realm and hundreds of Qi realm experts in one night. Who was not afraid of death and wanted to put on airs with him. Not long ago, in the Ahsoka Hall, a Qi realm cultivator from the underworld sect came looking for trouble with Yan Chuan. In the end, he was killed by Yan Chuan with a single sword strike, and the other hall masters were stunned. Therefore, the disciple leading the way was respectful and even a little fearful of Yan Chuan. Stepping into the demon-controlling sect, Yan Chuan saw a different scene compared to the Dai sect. A large number of demonic beasts roamed around the sect. The demonic beasts were running around, and they seemed to be very obedient to some cultivators. Some cultivators were sitting on demonic cows, while others were riding demonic deer. They were running around the sect quickly. As he walked deeper into the sect, a cultivator riding a tiger passed by him. Meow. Meow suddenly cried out. Roar. The tiger stopped abruptly and lay on the ground. The cultivator sitting on it was caught off guard and fell down. You. The cultivator's face was covered in dirt and he looked at the tiger angrily. At this moment, the tiger was lying on the ground and looking at Meow with a fearful expression. Meow. Meow called out proudly. With this call, the tiger's fearful expression slowly receded and it bowed respectfully to Meow. The surrounding cultivators were at a loss. Even a tiger bowed to a cat these days. Of course, the defeated cultivator didn't dare to cause trouble for Yan Chuan. Hall Master Yan, this way please. The cultivator leading the way said respectfully. Yan Chuan looked meaningfully at the tiger on the ground and smiled. Soon, they arrived at the main hall of the demon-controlling sect. The demon-controlling hall. In front of the demon-controlling hall, King Yi Mu was waiting with a group of experts. King Yi Mu, sorry to keep you waiting. Yan Chuan walked over with a smile. King Yi Mu looked at Yan Chuan. Did he really come here alone? Hall Master Yan, please come in. King Yi Mu said with a smile. Yan Chuan nodded. A banquet had already been prepared in the hall. King Yi Mu sat in the main seat in the north, while the rest of the demon-controlling sect sat to his left. There was only one table on the right for Yan Chuan to sit. The demon-controlling sect is honored by Hall Master Yan's arrival. I propose a toast to you on behalf of the demon-controlling sect. King Yi Mu said with a smile. Yan Chuan nodded and toasted with King Yi Mu. Meow. Meow jumped onto the table, picked up a wine jug, and took a sip. TSK TSK. This wine tastes terrible. Meow frowned. Everyone in the hall was stunned. It can talk. This kitten can talk. Alright, Meow, stop messing around. Take a rest. Yan Chuan said. Meow. Meow sat down and took out a high-grade spirit stone from somewhere. She held it and bit it gently. Crunch, crunch. Only the sound of Meow chewing on the spirit stone could be heard in the hall. Everyone in the demon-controlling sect was shocked. High-grade spirit stone. It eats high-grade spirit stones. A disciple exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, a high-grade spirit stone was gone. Meow took out another one and continued eating. A cat that eats spirit stones. Why haven't I heard of this before? A demon-controlling sect disciple exclaimed. Meow. Who called me a cat? Meow jumped up reflexively. I. The disciple was stunned. Cat, your sister. Meow cursed. Ah. The disciple's face froze. Meow, that's enough. I'll explain. Yan Chuan shook his head. Humph. Meow Meow snorted and ignored him. Hall Master Yan. This is. King Yi Mu frowned. Meow, it's not a cat. It's a tiger. Don't get it wrong. Yan Chuan said with a smile. A tiger? How is that possible? Our demon-controlling sect deals with monsters. Why haven't I seen this before? A demon-controlling sect disciple frowned. That's enough. If Hall Master Yan says it's a tiger, then it's a tiger. King Yi Mu interrupted the disciple. Hall Master Yan, the invitation mentioned something important and insisted on discussing it here. What is it? King Yi Mu asked in a deep voice. Today, I'm here on behalf of the Dai sect to renew our alliance with the demon-controlling sect. I came alone to show my sincerity. Yan Chuan smiled. Alliance? King Yi Mu's expression changed slightly. The others in the hall also had different expressions. Yan Chuan smiled and said, after my father's death, King Mai also restrained his disciples from participating in the war between the Yan kingdom and the Zheng kingdom. It's obvious that he was very close to my father. That's right. King Yi Mu nodded. Chapter 364. After my father's death, King Yi restrained his disciples from participating in the war between the Yan state and Zheng state. It's clear that he had a good relationship with my father. Yan Chuan smiled. That's right. King Yi nodded. The Dai sect and the demon-controlling sect used to be allies, right? Yan Chuan took a sip of wine and asked. The hall fell silent. Yes, they used to be allies. King Yi nodded. The Triyu sect, Life League, and Four Sects Alliance have 20 Divine Realm experts. If the Dai sect and the demon-controlling sect didn't form an alliance, they would have kicked us out of the carefree city a long time ago. Yan Chuan nodded. Not necessarily. King Yi said solemnly. Yan Chuan didn't refute. He continued, the Dai sect and the demon-controlling sect formed an alliance when my father was besieged by hundreds of sects, right? At that time, the demon-controlling sect turned a blind eye and allowed my parents to die in the Dai sect, right? How could we have helped back then? If we had interfered, our demon-controlling sect would have been annihilated. A divine realm old man on the opposite side shouted. Yan Chuan shook his head and said, I'm not blaming the demon-controlling sect. I'm here today to form an alliance with the demon-controlling sect. Alliance? Is there a need to form an alliance now? King Yi said calmly. King Yi, how strong is your demon-controlling sect in the carefree city? Yan Chuan smiled. King Yi stared at Yan Chuan in silence. It's the same if you don't say it. Your demon-controlling sect is the weakest in the carefree city, and you're the first to be kicked out. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Kicked out? King Ye's face darkened. Let me put it this way. The Triyu sect was involved in the battle that killed my father. Therefore, I'm going to uproot the Triyu sect when I enter the carefree city. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Uproot the Triyu sect? What a joke. You. The deity realm expert sneered. Wasn't the Life Alliance uprooted by me? Yan Chuan smiled. Yan Chuan choked on his words. Did the Day sect agree? King Yi asked in a deep voice. If the Day sect doesn't agree, I won't come to you. The battle of life and death between the Day sect and the Sanyu sect is imminent. Today, we formed an alliance with the Imperial Demon sect because we want the Imperial Demon sect to express their attitude. Yan Chuan's expression gradually turned serious. The atmosphere in the hall immediately became tense. The demon-controlling sect has no intention of interfering in the battle between the four sects. King Yi Mu said in a deep voice. Don't interfere. How could it be that easy? Either we form an alliance, or I'll uproot your demon-controlling sect before the final battle with Triyu sect. Yan Chuan glared. Hoo. The Shilja on the other side all stood up with angry eyes. Is Yan Chuan here to force us to abdicate? Yan Chuan, how dare you? The demon-controlling sect is not a place for you to do as you please. An immortal state elder shouted. So what if you killed 6 elite state cultivators? So what if you killed a few hundred chi state cultivators? You are just an elite state cultivator. I can kill you anytime I want to. Another immortal state elder shouted. Yan Chuan, do you want to force me to kill you? King Yi Mu said coldly. The 3 immortal state warriors released their killing intent at the same time. Meow. Meow put down the spirit stone in its mouth and looked at the hall in confusion. Yan Chuan didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He slowly put down the cup and pulled the rope on his back. Bang! The Jade Emperor's sword suddenly loosened from his grip and flew out. Ha! The faces of the sect masters changed. However, the Jade Emperor's sword wasn't fast. It spun twice in the air and then fell to the ground. Chapter 365. Boom! The Jade Emperor's sword was thrust into the center of the hall. The 3 immortal state warriors narrowed their eyes. The name of the sword is Jade Emperor. It killed all the immortal state warriors of the Life Moon Alliance. Yan Chuan said lightly. Wow! The group of Qi Realm Masters were shocked. All the immortal state warriors of the Life Moon Alliance. All of them were killed by Yan Chuan. Immortal state warriors. How was that possible? Everyone looked at Yan Chuan in disbelief. Although many people didn't want to admit it, they had to admit that 3 of them were killed by Yan Chuan because many people had seen it with their own eyes. Many people said that Yan Chuan had cheated, so they didn't want to admit it. What about the other 2? Were they killed by Yan Chuan? The Jade Emperor's sword seemed to have cut off the arrogance of the overlords in the hall. The Jade Emperor's sword seemed to have cut off the momentum of the overlords in the hall. The overlords' Qi Realm warriors were instantly cut off by the Jade Emperor's sword. King Ye's eyelids twitched violently. The overlords of the Day sect are outside the demon-controlling sect. My army of 40,000 is on its way here. King Yi, believe it or not, I will raise the demon-controlling sect to the ground today. Erased from the world. Yan Chuan's gaze turned cold. You. The overlords in the hall looked at Yan Chuan in horror. Raise the demon-controlling sect to the ground today. Raise the world. At this moment, King Yi finally understood why Yan Chuan had come to visit the demon-controlling sect. He was forcing them to abdicate. Although he knew that Yan Chuan didn't come with good intentions, he didn't expect him to be so ruthless. King Yi clenched his fists. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely tense. After taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan shook his head and said, "Of course, I came to the demon-controlling sect today with sincerity. Everyone, please take a seat." Humph. The overlord snorted and sat down slowly. "King Mai, I'm sure you're well aware that the Dai sect's only enemy is the Triyu sect. We used to be allies with the demon-controlling sect. There's no grudge between us," Yan Chuan said. This time, everyone listened to Yan Chuan's words. "You should know how dangerous the battle between the Dai sect and the Triyu sect will be. I don't want to add the uncertainty of the demon-controlling sect to the already dangerous situation. Therefore, today's matter must be resolved," Yan Chuan said solemnly. "If we don't form an alliance, you'll destroy my demon-controlling sect?" King Yi Mu asked with a dark expression. Yan Chuan said in a low voice, "King Mai, you should be able to sense my attitude. I didn't choose to subdue your demon-controlling sect, and that's already my bottom line. Of course, there are benefits to forming an alliance. Once I destroy the Triyu sect, I can give you another tenth of Carefree City's property. Furthermore, I promise that as long as the demon-controlling sect doesn't provoke the Dai sect will not do anything to you." "You promise? What do you have to promise?" A divine realm old man shouted. "My words are my promise. I can write it to you right now," Yan Chuan said with a smile. The divine realm old man's expression turned serious. "Most importantly, please remember that without the Dai sect, the demon-controlling sect will be the first to disappear from Carefree City." Yan Chuan smiled faintly. King Yi Mu's expression changed. "Ha ha ha ha, Yan Chuan. Like father, like son. I've finally seen it for myself. I also deeply regretted Yan Tao's death back then. To be honest, it has been my wish all these years to form a new alliance. Since we've talked about it, then let's form an alliance," King Yi Mu suddenly said with a smile. Yan Chuan smiled faintly. In front of the demon-controlling sect, King Yi Mu and the others watched Yan Chuan leave with gloomy expressions. "Bastard, how dare you force the demon-controlling sect to submit to you?" A divine realm old man said coldly. Chapter 366. It's not a vassal, it's an alliance. The Dai sect won't interfere with any of our decisions. An immortal state warrior frowned. "But I just can't let it go." "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" "I was waiting for the sect leader." The two immortal state warriors looked at King Yi. "Lu Gang." King Yi called out. "Yes." Lu Gang stepped forward. "What do you think?" King Yi asked in a low voice. "Yes. Master, you pretended to agree with Yan Chuan, but I could tell," Lu Gang said respectfully. "Oh." The disciples around him frowned. "That's right. You promised Yan Chuan that you wouldn't do anything. Let them fight to the death and watch the tigers fight," the immortal state warrior said with a smile. "No, we can't do that." Lu Gang shook his head. "Why can't we do that?" The old man raised an eyebrow. "The premise of watching the tigers fight is that the tigers don't know about your existence. Now that the two tigers know about our existence, we can't just sit back and watch. Otherwise, the two tigers will attack our Dai sect at the same time." Yan Chuan might be exaggerating when he said that he could flatten the Dai sect today, but if the four sects attack at the same time, we won't be able to do anything, Lu Gang said in a low voice. Everyone tensed up. "Master, I can tell that Yan Chuan knew that you pretended to agree with him, but he still signed the alliance agreement with you. If we deal with the alliance agreement properly, it will be fatal to our sect," Lu Gang said in a low voice. "What's so fatal about the alliance agreement?" Someone next to him asked in disbelief. If we don't follow the agreement, Yan Chuan will spread the news of the agreement to the Sanyu sect and arouse their suspicions. If the Sanyu sect encircles us, Yan Chuan will just sit back and watch the tigers fight. Moreover, even if we join the Sanyu sect alliance, the Sanyu sect won't completely trust us because the agreement was signed before joining the Sanyu sect alliance. In this way, when the Dai sect and the Sanyu sect fight, we will only be used as cannon fodder and be the first to be betrayed. Therefore, the alliance that Yan Chuan signed is extremely sinister. Lu Gang said in a low voice. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Dan Qingzi immediately shouted. Everyone looked at Lu Gang angrily. Lu Gang took a deep breath and said, Master, actually, this disciple thinks that we can form an alliance. Because in the worry-free city, even if they don't fight, the next one to be ostracized would be my demon-controlling sect. Because the balance has been broken, there will definitely be more and more conspiracies and collisions below. King Wild sighed. Yen Tao's son is much more powerful than Yen Tao back in the day. King Wild said in a deep voice. Does that mean you agree, Master? Lu Gang's face lit up with joy. Sigh, the demon-controlling sect's foundation is still too weak. I don't know if it's the right thing to form an alliance with the Dai sect. Is the Dai sect still qualified to clash with the Triyu sect? King Wild said worriedly. Just as King Wild was worrying. Rumble. Outside the demon-controlling sect, the sky was suddenly filled with rolling tribulation clouds, accompanied by the sound of thunder. A vast heavenly might pressed down. Countless demon beasts of the demon-controlling sect prostrated themselves on the ground in fear. The disciples were even more shocked. Heavenly retribution. The heavenly retribution that day in worry-free city? What's that? Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan is over there. Yan Chuan led them here. Everyone looked into the distance in shock. Yan Chuan. How did Yan Tao give birth to this son? A bitter smile appeared on King Wild's face. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.